How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balanced stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Good afternoon. Can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus? And I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. And please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The first item of business this afternoon is time for reflection. And our time for reflection leader today is Reverend Dr. Jenny Wright, Convener, Church and Society Committee, Scottish Episcopal Church and Associate Priest, Christchurch, Morningside.
Presiding Officer, members of the Scottish Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. There is a lot about life at the moment that is wearying. It is exhausting living with uncertainty, and we have had almost 18 months of great uncertainty, coupled too with great loss and much grief. There have been ups and downs on this journey, most of them unforeseen. As we turn from the G7 meeting towards COP26, we are confronted with headlines that speak of the doom of our planet. Faced with the destruction of natural resources, flooding, famine and drought in the midst of a pandemic can make even the strongest amongst us falter. And yet, the human instinct for survival remains. But life surely isn't only about surviving. It is about flourishing. The Hebrew word for peace is shalom. This is used throughout the Old Testament for God's goodness and is often spoken about in Christian circles as the ideal of what we long for and what we hope for. Its translation as peace, though, is somewhat of a misnomer. For shalom isn't merely the absence of violence. It is the flourishing of all humanity. Indeed, the flourishing of all creation. It is a time of rest, a Sabbath of joy and well-being. Perhaps we as individuals, as communities, and as nations long for that. In the midst of the chaos and uncertainty that is life, we surely all desire the security of a Sabbath of joy and well-being. But this isn't something that we expect to receive, handed to us on a silver platter. It is something that every person is called to participate in. It is a state of being where we recognize our mutual reliance on each other and the realization that our joy can never be complete while others suffer. Shalom is a characterization of community, a rule of life that helps us live well together. It is a recognition that no one is safe until we are all safe, that there is no planet B, that we are all suffering and grieving and anxious and exhausted. We are invited to find amidst all that a place where our longing for joy and well-being can become a reality. Shalom is the space where we match up our needs and our hopes, our fears and visions, to ultimately find rest along the way.
Thank you. The next item of business is consideration of motion 447 in the name of John Swinney on treating the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill as an emergency bill. And any member who wishes to speak against the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on George Adam to speak to and move the motion.
Can I move the motion and speak to the motion as well, Presiding Officer? Basically, over the past, as you'll agree, over the past number of weeks, I've tried to be reasonable in my work that I've done with colleagues on the Bureau, but sometimes reason can only be one-sided. But as I've previously explained to other members of the Bureau, the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill was introduced on the 18th of June, and having a stage a day from the 22nd to 24th of June to maximise scrutiny time. This obviously is a change from the previous versions of the bill previously, where it was done over one day. Now, that would mean stage 1 would be today, stage 2 tomorrow and stage 3 Thursday. In order to create further flexibility, the Bureau agreed to 6:30 decision times on both Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. And I believe the passage of this bill is not too difficult for those to understand. If we do not pass the bill before summer recess, there will be significant less time for citizens, and public authorities will have significant less time to respond to the changes before they come into effect at September. Also, if we take into account the time needed for royal assent, if the bill is not introduced and passed by the end of June, we run the very serious risks of the provisions expiring on the 30th of September and temporary measures which are enabling public authorities to continue to operate in the pandemic falling away.
Colleagues, we will hear the Minister. Thank you.
As I have said countless times previously, this bill does not introduce any new provisions. It merely removes temporary measures that are no longer necessary or extends the expiry date to March 2022 to ensure that public bodies can continue to operate while public health measures remain in place. Officials have engaged with stakeholders in the ongoing use of the temporary measures throughout the reporting periods, and they have also engaged on an informal basis with stakeholders when considering when temporary measures should be extended or expired. Presiding Officer, I think it is obviously clear why we must progress with this bill this week. To leave everything else to chance, as others would propose, would not be a prudent way forward. So I put the motion forward to the Chamber.
Thank you. I call on Stephen Kerr.
Presiding Officer, this bill should not be treated as an emergency bill. Emergency implies that we need a sense of urgency, and to go against established processes of consultation and parliamentary scrutiny. However, we do not have such a sense of urgency, as the powers granted by the Coronavirus Scotland Act do not run out until the 30th of September 2021. So instead of steamrolling through this bill in a few short hours over the next 3 days, the Government should use the summer recess to consult more widely on the proposed extension to the emergency provisions. The summer recess should also be used to see how COVID develops. Thanks to the UK Government's vaccine procurement and the tireless work of NHS staff and volunteers throughout the UK, more people are developing immunity each day. All the data is telling us that the vaccines are highly effective against all the known variants. In the weeks and months ahead, the rate of immunity will continue to increase as the vaccine is continued to be rolled out at an accelerated rate of progress. This will hopefully see the rate of transmission and the number of people requiring hospitalisation decline. If it does, then the situation we are in as we return from recess will be more optimistic, as these powers will run on until at least March 2022. It would only be appropriate for this Parliament to debate and vote on an extension of these emergency powers after the Government has held a proper consultation and we have seen the impact of the continued vaccination rollout over the summer.
Thank you. I call Alex Cole-Hamilton. Briefly, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It will be brief. I had not intended to rise in this debate, but as the Minister wouldn't take my intervention, I feel compelled to speak now. This is a piece of legislation that empowers the executive branch of government, once again, to an unprecedented level. But we are asked, as a legislature, to pass this bill in 3 days for a landscape of the virus that we won't understand for many weeks to come. We're being asked to empower this government with a set of powers that will come into force towards the end of this year and then turn into the next year. This is a level of power that in any other circumstance no other party in this Parliament would endorse or support, and as such I cannot support the timetabling of this bill as it stands.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to respond.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As I have said to the members previously, we've tried to be reasonable in putting this forward. We still live in extremely difficult times. There is still a pandemic happening in Scotland as we speak. To not actually have these powers in place at this stage would actually put things at risk, and would actually, the idea of putting your hands in your pockets and looking to see what happens over the next couple of months is not a way forward as far as I'm concerned. So, in closing, Presiding Officer, I would say that we need to go through with, as we've said, over the next 3 days. There is opportunity for those to actually involve in the process and to ensure that we can make sure that we have the bill that we all want to put forward.
Thank you. The question is that motion 447, in the name of John Swinney, on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote. We'll have a short technical suspension. The question is that motion 447 in the name of John Swinney on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill be agreed. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on motion 447 in the name of John Swinney is yes 87, no 31. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of business motion 397 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out the timetable for a bill. Any member who wishes to speak against the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on George Adam to move the motion.
Formally moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call on Stephen Kerr.
Presiding Officer, there is absolutely no case for bypassing due process, and the laws as they stand do not need to be renewed. They do not need to be pushed, steamrolled through this Parliament in just a few hours, because the provisions of the Acts do not expire until the very last day of September. There should be proper consultation, and Parliament should have adequate time to scrutinise this bill. We oppose this motion.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to respond.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I feel as if I'm in Groundhog Day here at the moment, but just to go through the process again, this has been discussed at length at Bureau. We discussed the whole process. We discussed how we would take this bill forward, and for Mr Kerr to come here and say it's been bounced through and rushed through is just complete and utter nonsense. And really we're wasting time that we could actually be using to actually discuss the matter itself, which is more important to the people of Scotland.
Thank you. The question is that motion 397 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. No. Parliament is not agreed. Members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on motion 397 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau is yes 85, no 31. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. Before I move on to the next item of business, I wish to make a short statement. Concerns have been raised regarding the use of a government-initiated question to announce the additions of Manchester and Salford to the list of areas where common travel restrictions apply. I understand this mechanism has been used on earlier occasions to make such announcements. Notably, in this case, the announcement was made by GIQ on Thursday, the 17th of June, a sitting day when there may have been an opportunity for members to scrutinise the decision in the Chamber. I would therefore ask the Minister for Parliamentary Business to reflect on whether GIQs are an appropriate method to use for these announcements on days when Parliament is sitting. In the meantime, I have selected a topical question on the issue to allow members to ask questions on the decision in the Chamber at the earliest opportunity. And we will now move to topical questions. And question. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
Can I welcome the announcement you've just made, the statement you've just made in relation to the respect that this Parliament is due from the Scottish Government. It was on Tuesday, June the 8th, that I first raised a point of order with you in which I sought confirmation that it is in order for the First Minister to come to this chamber to make government statements, but it's not in order for her to ignore Parliament and instead make statements in front of TV cameras. And at that time, I sought your help to make further representations to the Scottish Government, in particular the First Minister, to the effect that government statements should first be made in Parliament to allow for proper scrutiny and to show respect for our Parliament. I was heartened by the answer you gave on that occasion, and I'm further heartened by the statement you have made this afternoon. The reality is that last Thursday at 11:39, 20 minutes before the First Minister's questions, SNP ministers used special powers to ban Scots from going to Manchester and Salford. At 12 noon last Thursday, the First Minister said nothing to Parliament about these new restrictions. The Deputy First Minister, whose name was on the amendment, sat a few feet away from the First Minister. And the next day, at approximately 12:15, the First Minister appeared on television in a staged event to announce the travel ban. Would you, Presiding Officer, take this opportunity to underline again, to make clear to Parliament and to all members of this Parliament, especially members of the Government, that these acts of discourtesy, bordering on contempt by the First Minister, must stop, and that the actions of Scottish ministers must be properly held up to scrutiny by this Scottish Parliament?
Thank you. I thank Mr Kerr for his point of order. I have asked the Scottish Government to reflect on the use of a GIQ when Parliament is sitting, and as I have said previously, and in accordance with guidance on ministerial statements, all significant and substantive announcements should be made to this Parliament wherever that is possible. We now move to topical questions, and I call Graham Simpson for question number 1.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government on what basis it has introduced a ban on non-essential travel between Scotland and Manchester and Salford.
Cabinet Secretary John Swinney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Common Travel Area travel restrictions were introduced in November 2020. Decisions on which areas are subject to these restrictions are made on the basis of incidence and test positivity rates, other epidemiological factors such as hospitalisations, intensive care admissions and deaths, and presence of variants of concern. Restrictions on travel to and from Blackburn with Darwin and Bolton in North West England and Bedford in the east of England were introduced on the 24th of May. We removed the restrictions on Bedford as well as restrictions on travel to and from the Republic of Ireland on Friday the 18th of June because we judged the relative risk of travel to and from those areas had reduced. Additional restrictions were introduced on travel to and from Manchester and Salford from the 21st of June because we judged that the risk had increased. These additions were all linked to severely elevated case rates associated with the Delta variant. All of these recent changes were notified to Parliament in a written statement through a government-initiated question, and announced to the public in the First Minister's media briefing with an accompanying press notice and guidance on the Scottish Government website.
Graham Simpson.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer? I noticed he gave absolutely no figures in the answer whatsoever, so the public will be quite bemused by it. The legislation, in fact, is completely incoherent. It says that you have to leave Scotland with the intention of going to Manchester in order to be in breach of this law. I don't know how you can prove that. I could set off from my home in East Kilbride, go down to visit my mother in Carlisle, suddenly decide I'm going to pop down to see a mate in Manchester and not be in breach of this law. How can this possibly be enforced? Are we going to have police at the border asking people where they're going? Well, of course we aren't. Well, of course we aren't. The law is unworkable and unenforceable. Now, with respect to the Cabinet Secretary's answer, how does he answer the very fair point that infection rates in parts of Greater Manchester, like Bolton, are lower than Dundee? Bolton has a COVID rate of 269 per 100,000.
Thank you, Mr.
How is
Simpson.
that consistent or fair?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, when Bolton was added, Bolton was added on the 24th of May, and that was announced to Parliament by government-initiated question, just exactly the same way as the announcement was made about Manchester and Salford. And I completely accept and respect the words that the presiding officer has expressed today, and the government will reflect very carefully on the points that the presiding officer has made. We felt we were notifying Parliament properly because on the Bolton example, we had used that mechanism before. If that mechanism is no longer judged to be appropriate, then the government, of course, will reflect on that. But we were simply using the same mechanism that we had used back in May when we announced the decision on Bolton. So, the government will take away what the presiding officer has said, because we do respect Parliament, because we notified Parliament on Thursday afternoon. And if members of the Conservative Party couldn't be bothered looking at their emails on Thursday afternoon at 2:39, then I can, as the saying goes, you can take the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Now, when Bolton was added, case rates were at 283. They were nearly 3 times that of Glasgow at that moment on the 24th of May. So that was the reason, the variation in elevated case rates. Mr Simpson asked me for more data. In relation to Manchester and Salford, Manchester was sitting at 348, Salford at 337, in excess of any case rates within Scotland and well above the Scottish average. So we took those decisions based on trying to minimise the contact that we know enables the spread of the virus. That's what the whole restrictions have been about, and that was the basis of our decision to protect people in Scotland from the spread of the virus.
Graham Simpson.
If the Cabinet Secretary thinks an email is showing respect to this Parliament, then he's looking at it completely the wrong way, because it does not. The fact is the case rates in Manchester were very similar to those of Dundee. He's not addressed that point. Now, if I can move on to another point. Some people, because of this edict from the First Minister, have lost hundreds of pounds. But it's not just individuals who've lost out. The travel sector, which has been hollowed out, is also the loser here. So will the Scottish Government compensate individuals and businesses who've lost money because of this decision?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, first of all, I would say to Mr Simpson that the government answered a government-inspired question on Thursday, which has been viewed, and I've gone through this detail before, which was nobody raised any issues about us using a government-initiated question to set out the restrictions on Bolton on the 24th of May and Bedford and other places. If the view is now that that's not an acceptable way, the government, of course, will reflect on that and address any issues that Parliament wishes to raise. Now, on the case numbers, Mr Simpson raises the issue of Manchester and Salford again. The case numbers in that area were over 337 is the lowest, compared to a 7-day incidence rate above in Scotland at that particular time. So I think that the case numbers are what, and the epidemiological advice is what drives these decisions. Now, in relation to the question of any compensation, the Government does not believe that would be appropriate. Travel to the northwest of England has previously been prohibited last year before local levels regulations were introduced. And no compensation was offered. We are all responsible for putting in place in our respective parts of the United Kingdom the financial support arrangements for business, and that's exactly what the Government will continue to do here in Scotland.
Thank you. There's a great deal of interest in this subject, and I would be very grateful for short questions and succinct responses, please. And I call Jackie Bailey to be followed by Brian Whittle.
The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that the Mayor of Manchester is seeking compensation for those people who had booked holidays in Scotland, which have now been cancelled as a result. The tourism industry has had a really difficult time, and losing bookings will come as a bitter blow, whether it's from Manchester or indeed anywhere else. Can the Cabinet Secretary commit to putting an additional support scheme in place so that tourism businesses do not have to bear the brunt of decisions about travel bans?
Cabinet Secretary.
As Jackie Bailey knows, the Government continues to keep under review business support. The First Minister is going to make a statement in a few moments which will set out some further developments in relation to the wider context and the strategic framework for the handling of coronavirus. Some of those issues that Jackie Bailey raises will be addressed in the statement the First Minister will make, so I won't preempt that. But I would say that the Government has put in place a range of different supports for tourism businesses, as with many other businesses, to take people through these difficult times, and we will continue to ensure that we address any issues that are raised by individual sectors to the greatest ability of the financial scope that we have at our disposal.
I call Brian Whittle to be followed by Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mrs Swinney was heard on the media discussing that decisions made by the Scottish Government are now based on vaccination levels and hospitalisation levels, which is contrary to what Nicola Sturgeon suggested, that ban on travel to Manchester for 100,000. The question is, are the Scottish Government following the science? What is it? Or are they now just making it up, as many of us now think?
I'm not sure to what extent the Cabinet Secretary was able to understand that question.
Well, Presiding Officer, all I would say to Mr Whittle's question is that the Government has set out very clearly over many weeks and months the focus that we have had on applying restrictions where it is appropriate based on the development of the pandemic. Increasingly in the last few weeks, we have begun to focus on as vaccination rates have increased, on the relative balance between case numbers, levels of hospitalisation, levels of ICU presence and admittance, and the level of cases around the country. And as we see the effect of the vaccination programme, that will continue to be the basis upon which we make our decisions, and that has informed the decision-making that the Government has undertaken in this particular case as well.
And Douglas Ross.
Deputy First Minister has used on a number of occasions an example of the 24th of May being a reason for a government-initiated question, and no issues were raised then. Does he know and understand that the 24th of May was a Monday, therefore not a parliamentary sitting day, and last Thursday's decision to use a government-initiated question was a sitting day when ministers such as himself could have announced it to Parliament and be questioned by MSPs?
Cabinet Secretary.
All I would say to Mr Ross is that I hear what he's saying. The Presiding Officer has made her remarks. We will, of course, reflect very carefully on the points that the Presiding Officer has raised, because we were in using a government-initiated question, which are lodged on sitting days very frequently on many issues in relation to COVID. There's many government-initiated questions on COVID are lodged on sitting days, so we will, of course, reflect on what the presiding officer has said to make sure that we properly advise Parliament of changes. But what I would say to Mr Ross again is that government-initiated questions are an acceptable means, accepted by the presiding officer, of the government notifying Parliament of particular developments. We have followed that route, but we will of course reflect on the points the presiding officer has raised this afternoon.
Thank you. Move on to question number 2, Pauline McNeill.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to reduce the number of female prisoners on remand following reports that 1 in 4 women in custody are awaiting trial.
Minister Denham.
Decisions on bail, remand and sentence in individual cases are of course a matter for the independent courts based on the circumstances that are before them. But nevertheless, the Scottish Government has made clear that we believe the numbers on remand in our prisons, especially for women, is too high. And I recognise that an ambition to reduce the use of remand is shared by other parties in this chamber, and I welcome your support and ideas. The single biggest factor in the increase in the proportion of prisoners held on remand is the backlog of cases created by the pandemic, and we are committed to helping the justice services recover. And this includes providing an additional £50 million in this financial year so that cases involving all accused, including those on remand, can be progressed and justice can be carried out in each case. A number of actions are underway to help reduce the use of remand, and at the end of last year, the Scottish Government introduced regulations to Parliament as the first step in introducing electronically monitored bail. And once all of our partners have confirmed that they're operationally ready, this measure will provide the judiciary with another tool to utilise when considering bail and remand. We also plan to explore how the overarching legal framework within which decisions of remand are made could be adjusted. And in line with the findings of the report by the Commission on Women Offenders by the former Lord Advocate Dame Eilish Angelini, we recognise the disruption periods of remand cause individuals, their families and also their communities. And that's why we are continuing to strengthen the provision of credible alternatives to remand, supported by an investment of £550,000 in bail supervision each year. And this is in addition to the £107 million invested in community justice services annually, which includes a ring-fenced allocation of £1.5 million bail support for women. And finally, as part of my new remit, I welcome this opportunity to work across parties and also with key stakeholders and others representing women in the justice system to identify further actions that can help ensure that remand is used only when necessary to protect public safety and where no appropriate alternative is available.
We will require shorter responses as we have a great deal of business to get through this afternoon. I call Pauline McNeill.
I thank the Minister for what was quite a lengthy response. Time spent in prison can have a catastrophic effect on women's lives, causing them to lose their homes, custody of their children and their job. The Amnesty International reminds us that the detention of individuals for awaiting trial is a matter of special concern because they have yet to be found guilty of any offence and therefore innocent in the eyes of the law. But worryingly, Scottish prisons have a greater proportion of women in remand than the rest of the UK, and of those women on remand, 3/4 will not get a custodial sentence. I hope the Minister would agree that something is not right here. You mentioned the Scottish Government is about to adopt the Angelini report, but this came about 9 years ago, and there was a proposition that the provision of bail supervision should be consistently available across Scotland. I ask the Minister, why has it taken 9 years to bring this forward?
Minister.
We have been working ongoing on issues across this area, and I would say to the member and also to the chamber that we absolutely recognise how disruptive to individuals, to families and communities that periods on remand should be. It should only be used when it's absolutely necessary to protect public safety and where no appropriate alternative exists. I am determined to make progress on this issue, and I hope the member would accept that we have made progress in this issue and on the wider piece for women and justice. For instance, our work on the presumption against short sentences, our work on the new women's prison estate, our work on electronically monitored bail and our investment into community justice. All of these things are part of a picture, a step forward, if you like. So I will look at what more we can do, and I invite the member to work with me in this as well. But on bail supervision, as the member requested an update on that, we have invested on bail supervision services. It is, of course, an important alternative to remand. It's run, obviously, by the local authorities, Justice, Social Work Services, and since April 2019, additional funding of £550,000 has been provided to increase capacity for bail supervision, and the latest statistics show encouraging evidence of impact, with the highest level of use of bail supervision in 7 years. That's a total of 470 bail supervision cases were commenced, and in 2019-20, that's a 40% increase on 2018-19.
Thank you. Pauline McNeill.
Presiding officer, I mean, it's going to be difficult at topical questions if a member like me asks a question about remand and I get a whole policy issue which I didn't ask about. What I'm asking about is the issue of remand. By the end of April, close to 1 in 4 prisoners in Scotland were on remand, and that's nearly 42.6% of young people aged between the age of 16 and 20 in prison were on remand. 57% of people held on remand do not go on to receive a prison sentence, and they are found either not guilty or receive a community sentence. So I'm not confident that the Scottish Government really take on the importance and the human rights considerations. So I ask, what is the Scottish Government's approach to this in terms of human rights? In January last year, the Scottish Government commissioned research into the reasons behind decisions on bail and remand in order to try and reduce the number of people, but it was put on hold. I do acknowledge that that was due to the pandemic, but can the Minister tell me when this research will be recommenced?
Minister.
A number of points to that question. I'm not sure if I'll be able to cover all of them in my reply, so I'll follow up with a member if I miss any points out there. We do absolutely take this issue very seriously, but I would remind the member that decisions on bail are made by the independent courts, and in all circumstances of the case, according to the statutory framework, which explicitly sets out public safety and substantial risks of the person committing further offences. And in Scots law, there is generally a presumption in favour of bail, and this is a requirement of the European Convention of Human Rights. So what I was setting out to the member is a wider piece of work here, that we obviously have to invest in alternatives to remand, and that's what I was setting out to the member, the pieces of work that we're taking forward. So that is on electronically monitored bail, and that will be implemented shortly. The investment that the Scottish Government is making on bail supervision, with money specifically ring-fenced to support women in that, and also our additional funding that we've put into community justice.
Thank you. I'll move on to question number 3. Emma Roddick.
Ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with the Home Office regarding the reported backlog in processing applications for the EU settlement scheme.
Cabinet Secretary Angus Robertson.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. It is unacceptable that with 8 days to go to the EU settlement scheme deadline, there's a backlog now of over 300,000 unresolved cases. The Scottish Government has consistently been clear that the deadline should be extended. The Minister for Culture, Europe and International Development wrote to Lord Frost on the 16th of June, requesting a discussion on the issue at EU Exit Committee meetings. We have yet to receive a response. I also requested an extension when I met with the UK Minister for Immigration Compliance, and will continue to do everything we can to support EU citizens, including seeking an extension.
Emma Roddick.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. The settled status deadline poses huge risks to EU nationals who have contributed so much to our society. It would simply be unacceptable for people to lose their rights overnight. It is, of course, wrong that EU nationals living here are being forced by the UK Government to apply to stay in Scotland, but given they have to do so, what steps are the Scottish Government taking to encourage all EU nationals to apply before the deadline?
Cabinet Secretary.
I completely agree with the member that the upcoming deadline poses significant unfair risks to EU nationals, and we have continuously requested at the very least an extension to the EU SS deadline. Let me be clear that any refusal to extend that deadline is a choice by the UK Government. This government in Scotland is supporting EU citizens through our Stay in Scotland campaign. We spent more than £1 million helping people to apply to the EUSS scheme through this campaign. That includes media campaigns across radio, digital and social media platforms, and toolkits providing information and signposting to be made available to EU citizens. The funding also offers advice and support through Citizens Advice Scotland, the Citizens' Right Project and Just Right Scotland guidance for the rights of EU citizens.
Emma Roddick.
Thank you. Many key sectors in Scotland, and in particular here in the Highlands, such as hospitality and farming, are already struggling to recruit employees as a result of Brexit. There couldn't be a worse time to risk compounding this problem if people lose their right to work as a result of this deadline. Is the Cabinet Secretary concerned that this reckless Tory policy could risk damaging Scotland's recovery from the pandemic?
Cabinet Secretary.
Very concerned that this policy will harm our key sectors across Scotland. It's my view and that of the Scottish Government that EU citizens living in the UK should not need to apply to retain the rights that they already have had to live, work and study in Scotland. The EU settlement scheme should be replaced with a declarative scheme that automatically allows EU citizens to retain their rights. At the very least, the UK Government should extend the deadline for applying to the EU settlement scheme.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions, and I regret that I've been unable to take more supplementaries, and I would ask colleagues that as we progress through this afternoon's business that we remain courteous at all times to other members in the Chamber, and please keep questions and responses succinct. The next item of business is a statement by Nicola Sturgeon on a COVID-19 update. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions, and I call on Nicola Sturgeon.
Today's statement, Presiding Officer, contains several important updates. First of all, as I indicated last week, I can confirm that no part of the country will change COVID level next week. Apart from some minor amendments that I'll cover later, restrictions in all parts of the country from Monday will be unchanged. I'll also provide an update on vaccination milestones and set out indicative dates for the further lifting of restrictions as we hope to move into and beyond level 0 and back to normality. Firstly, though, today's statistics, and these do demonstrate why caution at this stage is still required. Yesterday, 2,167 positive cases were reported. That is a positivity rate of 9.1%. The total number of confirmed cases is now 257,742. 171 people are currently in hospital, 12 more than yesterday, and 18 people are receiving intensive care. That is 3 more than yesterday. Sadly, 4 deaths were reported yesterday, and the total number of deaths under this daily definition is now 7,696. And again, I send my condolences to those who have lost a loved one. On vaccination, I can report that as of 7:30 this morning, 3,664,571 people have received a first dose. That's an increase of 17,134 since yesterday. In addition, 15,783 people received a second dose yesterday. So the total number of second doses now administered is 2,602,753. The news on vaccination continues to be extremely positive, but of course this has to be balanced against the continued rise in cases. The number of new cases recorded over the past week has increased by almost 40% on the week before. That total is 7 times higher than in early May and higher than at any point since late January. This reflects the fact that the faster transmitting Delta variant is now dominant. Obviously, we cannot be complacent about this. However, we do have evidence that the link between new cases and serious health harm is weakening. The number of people being admitted to hospital with COVID has fallen from around 10% of reported positive cases at the start of the year to around 5% now. And COVID patients, on average, are spending less time in hospital, though we should remember that even if they don't need hospital treatment, some people will suffer significant health harms, including long COVID. However, overall, the evidence that vaccination is helping protect people from serious health harms is allowing us to change how we respond to the virus. Today's total of new positive tests is the largest we've seen since the peak in January. These numbers still shock. The virus is still with us, but the vaccines are protecting more of us. I will never regard any single death from this virus as anything other than a human tragedy. And as cases rise, we can expect to see more deaths in coming weeks. Back in January, however, we were seeing daily figures of more than 50 people dying. I expect and I profoundly hope that the link between cases, hospital admissions and deaths will continue to weaken as more and more of us are fully vaccinated. And so in making decisions about when we lift restrictions further, progress with vaccination is a significant factor. So I want to set out now the milestones we will reach in the coming weeks, assuming, of course, that supplies are as expected. By this coming Sunday, we will have vaccinated with 2 doses everyone in the top 9 JCVI priority groups. Of course, there might be some people who can't attend an appointment this week and so get their second dose a bit later. There may also be some people, hopefully very few, who don't attend a scheduled appointment. These caveats, of course, apply to the other vaccination milestones I'm about to set out. But essentially, by the end of this week, we will have completed vaccination for priority groups 1 to 9. These groups include everyone over the age of 50, all unpaid carers and people with underlying health conditions, and they account for well over half of the adult population. It's also estimated that prior to the vaccination programme, these groups accounted for 99% of all COVID deaths. So the fact that virtually all of them will be fully vaccinated by the end of this week is hugely significant. The next milestone will be the 18th of July. By then, all adults will have had the first dose of vaccine, and this is significantly ahead of schedule. And then, by the 26th of July, we expect to have given second doses to all 40 to 49-year-olds. By the 20th of August, all 30 to 39-year-olds will have had a second dose. And finally, we expect to have completed second doses for all adults by the 12th of September. We're also planning for possible future vaccination programmes, depending on the advice we get from the JCVI. This could include booster jags this autumn and, of course, potential vaccination of 12 to 17-year-olds. There's no doubt vaccination offers us the route out of this pandemic. We know that getting both doses provides good protection, including against the Delta variant. So these milestones are really important and they inform the decisions that I will set out today. Also underpinning these decisions and providing some more context for them are 2 new papers, substantive new papers we are publishing today. The first is a revised strategic framework for tackling COVID. Central to this is an updated strategic aim for our pandemic response. Up until now, the Scottish Government's strategic intention has been to suppress the virus to the lowest possible level and keep it there. From now, our aim will be to suppress the virus to a level consistent with alleviating its harms while we recover and rebuild for a better future. This change reflects the fact that vaccination is reducing, we hope significantly, the harm that the virus causes. Vaccination means it is now possible, indeed it is perhaps necessary, to shift our strategic aim and reduce the wider health, social and economic harms that strict lockdown measures cause. The second paper we are publishing today is the review of physical distancing. Physical distancing has been an important mitigation against the virus, but it is also burdensome for individuals and, of course, costly for businesses. So as vaccinations bear more of the load of controlling the virus, we need to consider when and to what extent we can reduce the legal requirement for it. Ultimately, we hope to remove the legal requirement for physical distancing, even though we may for a period continue to advise people to think about safe distancing when interacting with people outside their close contact groups. So let me turn now to the changes that we hope to make in the weeks ahead. At the moment, the high number of new COVID cases being recorded is a significant consideration. To use the race analogy that many have used before, we must not allow the virus to get too far ahead of the vaccines. Therefore, as indicated last week, we intend to maintain the current restrictions applicable in each part of Scotland for the next 3 weeks. Within those levels, though, we will make some minor but important changes to the rules on weddings and funerals. These will take effect from Monday, 28th June. For example, suppliers of wedding services and other people employed by a couple getting married will no longer count towards the cap on numbers. Those accompanying a wedding couple down the aisle will no longer need to wear face coverings. Live entertainment at receptions will be possible, although people will still need to be seated at tables. And we'll change also the guidance for funerals so that people from more than one household can help carry a coffin and take a cord when lowering it. We expect these changes to have a relatively minor impact on transmission. They are relatively minor changes, but I hope they will make some difference to those organising and attending weddings and funerals ahead of the more substantive changes that we hope to see at level 0 next month. With the exception of these changes, our assumption, based on recent case numbers, is that current levels will remain in force until the 19th of July, although obviously we continue to keep that under review. Let me turn now to when we hope to lift remaining restrictions. Now, I want to be clear that what I am about to set out represents our best judgment at this stage of what is likely to strike a sensible balance. It is intended to give as much clarity as possible. However, it is contingent on meeting our vaccination milestones and, of course, the revised strategic aim of alleviating the harms of the virus. If the data in the coming weeks suggests we can go faster, we will do so. Conversely, if the data says we need to slow down, we will do that too, though I very much hope that will not be necessary. The next scheduled review point will be the 19th of July, though we will confirm the position a week in advance as usual. By the 19th of July, 3 weeks will have elapsed since the completion of the vaccination programme for over 50s, which means that the vaccine will be giving everyone in that age group a significant level of protection. Therefore, assuming we're meeting the revised strategic aim, we hope that all parts of Scotland, not currently in that level, will move to level 0 on the 19th of July. That means, for example, that the limits for household gatherings indoors will increase from that date, and up to 200 people will be able to attend weddings and funerals. We also hope, assuming the data supports this, that the general indoor physical distancing requirement can be reduced from 2 metres to 1 metre from that date. And we hope also from that date to lift the outdoor requirement to physically distance altogether. In addition, in recognition of the reduced risk of outdoor transmission and therefore the desire to encourage people to stay outdoors as much as possible, especially over the summer, we hope that limits on informal outdoor social gatherings in private gardens, for example, will be removed at this stage. So rather than the current rules for level 0, which state that up to 15 people from 15 households can meet outdoors, informal social gatherings of any size will be allowed. We will, however, keep in place temporarily the rules and processes currently applicable at level 0 for organised outdoor events, given these can attract much larger crowds. If we can move, as hoped, to level 0 on the 19th of July, that will be a significant step back to normality. But we have always been clear that level 0 cannot be an end point. Some of the restrictions it entails are still significant, for example, the household limit for indoor gatherings. So we want to move beyond level 0 as quickly as it is prudent to do so. The updated strategic framework sets out what that means. In short, while we're still likely to need some baseline measures, it means the lifting of the remaining major legal restrictions. In reaching a view on when that can be done, we have considered the harm to health and the strain on the NHS that could be caused if COVID cases continue to rise. And I must stress to Parliament that even with a reduced ratio of cases to hospitalisation, case numbers at the level being recorded just now could still put significant pressure on the NHS. We must be mindful of that. But we have also considered the wider harms that restrictions cause, and we have considered how reasonable and proportionate it is to require people to comply with these legal restrictions as we meet vaccine milestones, and if evidence continues to show, as we hope it will, that vaccination is protecting more and more people from serious health impacts. I mentioned earlier that we expect to have completed second doses for all over 40s by 26 July. We know that the protective effect of the second dose takes a bit of time to build up, but within 2 weeks, by 9th August, we would expect the vast majority of over 40s to have a significant level of protection. Of course, we need to remember that vaccination doesn't provide 100% protection, and it won't be until later in September that all adults will have the protection of full vaccination. However, our assessment on balance, and assuming that we meet the necessary conditions on vaccination and harm reduction, is that it would be possible and proportionate to lift the major remaining legal restrictions on the 9th of August. We will consider and make a final assessment nearer the time of whether, as we hope, this could include the lifting of the legal requirement to physically distance indoors as well as outdoors. The move beyond level 0 will be a major milestone, and it will signal a return to almost complete normality in our day-to-day lives. Of course, while this is a longed-for moment, it is important to recognise that we still have a difficult path to navigate over the next few weeks to meet these milestones. And even assuming we do, as we hope we will, the pandemic will not be completely over at this stage. As our strategic framework update paper sets out, basic mitigations will still be required as we move through summer and into the autumn, when we face the risk of a further resurgence in cases. Measures such as rigorous and regular hand washing, cleaning surfaces and good ventilation will continue to be vital. And even if, as we hope to, we lift the legal requirement, we may still advise keeping a careful distance from people outside our close contact groups, especially if they are not fully vaccinated. Also, at least for a period, we are likely to require continued wearing of face coverings in certain settings, for example shops and public transport. Test and Protect will also remain a vital part of our approach. Regular testing will still be advised for a period at least, and while we are considering the impact of vaccination on self-isolation, isolation will continue to be necessary in certain circumstances, especially for those who test positive. There will also be a need to manage outbreaks as and when they arise, and the level system will still be available to help us do that if necessary. We all hope that we will not see a further variant against which our vaccines are less effective, but we do need to retain the ability to respond if that happens, both with updated vaccines and, if necessary, with other measures. Also, we will not advise an immediate return to full office working on the 9th of August. Instead, we will continue to work with business to agree an appropriate phasing of this, beginning when we enter level 0, we hope on the 19th of July. However, I think many would agree that as a general principle, home working should be more possible post-COVID than it was before. So while recognising that a return to the workplace will be right for many, we will encourage continued support for home working where that is possible and appropriate. This won't just assist with control of the virus, it will also help promote well-being more generally. And while we will continue to keep the need for travel restrictions under review, it is likely that some targeted restrictions will be needed after 9th August as new variants continue to pose the biggest threat to our progress. Finally, we'll also work over the summer to plan for the return of schools, colleges and universities. For the moment, though, I want to take the opportunity to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone in education. Most schools and many early learning and childcare settings are about to break for the summer holidays. Colleges and universities are also nearing the end of term. For everyone working in education, this will have been the toughest and most distressing year of your professional career. I am grateful for everything you have done to keep nurseries and childcare facilities, schools, colleges and universities going in such difficult circumstances. We will be working to do everything possible to minimise any further COVID disruption in the next academic term. Presiding Officer, we must remember that this is a global pandemic. It will not be completely over here until it is over across the world. Unfortunately, the world is still some way from that. However, here in Scotland, while transmission is causing concern at the moment, vaccination is giving us much of the protection that only harsh restrictions have been able to give us so far. So that means we can now plan to move much more firmly and with much greater confidence from the need to control the virus through tough restrictions to being able to live much more freely. That is good news. We must be careful still, but from the 19th of July and then more substantially from the 9th of August, assuming we are meeting our revised strategic aim of alleviating the harm of the virus, life should feel much less restricted for all of us. A very significant degree of normality will be restored for individuals and for businesses. As I said earlier, these are indicative dates, but they allow us to plan ahead with more clarity. As always, though, we all have a part to play in keeping us on track. So I will end with a reminder of the key asks of everyone across the country. The first is vaccination. Please get vaccinated when invited to do so, and please attend for both doses. If you need to rearrange, or if you think you should have had an invitation by now, please go to the vaccination section of the NHS Inform website. If you've had your first dose of the vaccine 8 weeks or more ago, check on the website to see if you can bring your second dose forward. Secondly, please do test yourself regularly. Free lateral flow tests are available through NHS Inform. They can be ordered through the post or collected from local and regional test sites, and also now, of course, from community pharmacies. If you test positive, please self-isolate and get the result confirmed through a PCR test. And finally, please continue to stick to the rules where you live and follow all the public health advice. This is still really important. The virus is still out there and it is spreading, so please continue to follow advice on physical distancing, hand washing and face coverings. Try to meet others outdoors as much as possible. We know that no environment is entirely risk-free, but outdoors is much less risky than indoors. If you are meeting indoors, though, please stick to the limits for now and make sure the room is well ventilated. And that does apply when watching the football too. We all know that tonight's game is absolutely massive. Let me take the opportunity, I'm sure on behalf of all of us, to wish Steve Clarke and the team well. We will all be cheering Scotland on this evening, but please do it safely and do it within the rules. Presiding Officer, 6 months ago, when I confirmed to Parliament that tough restrictions were being reimposed, it was the day after the winter solstice, the shortest night of the year. That was one of the darkest moments in the course of this pandemic. For these past 15 months, we have endured restrictions that would have been considered impossible just 2 years ago. The pain suffered and the people lost along the way must never be forgotten. They will never be forgotten. And in a global pandemic, we can't be certain that there won't be difficult moments yet to come. But I hope and I believe that today's statement, just of course a day after the summer solstice, marks a positive turning point. We are now living in more hopeful times. We can now see a route to lifting restrictions and to enjoying again the simple but precious pleasures that we've all missed so much. The path ahead is not obstacle-free. I'm not going to pretend it is, but it is clearer now than at any point so far. Thanks to vaccines, normal life is now much closer. It is within sight. So let's all stick with it and do whatever is required to get us there.
Thank you. The First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 40 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business, and it would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. And I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And could I also express my sympathies and condolences to everyone who's lost a loved one, both over the last 24 hours and indeed throughout the entire time we have been dealing with this awful virus. In the penultimate sentence of the First Minister's statement, she started, "Thanks to the vaccines." And I'm pleased to see in this statement the First Minister acknowledge that there is more evidence that the success of the Scottish and UK vaccination scheme is significantly reducing hospitalisations. That is something we can all welcome. And we can also welcome that we finally have changes to weddings and funeral guidance. Although it's disappointing that this has come so late after so many occasions have already been affected. For the last 2 weeks, I have stood here at these statements and asked the First Minister to consider making immediate changes to the numbers who could attend funerals and weddings, and neither MSPs nor the businesses in the sectors asking for that got a response. So while it is welcome these changes will now be made, the fact that the First Minister calls these minor changes is in fact not the case. These are major changes for the couples who have been asking for them, the businesses who were seeking them, and for too many, however, these changes come too late and they won't be in time for their own ceremony. It's of course welcome that today we have more of an indication of when we will be free from restrictions, and I want to come on to that in a moment. But speaking about welcome, I also want to echo what the First Minister has said, and I hope we can all welcome a solid Scotland win tonight, and I wish Steve Clarke and the team all the very best. A kick-off at 8 o'clock. But can I ask the First Minister specifically about the basic mitigations that will remain in place after the 9th of August? Will those mitigations include social distancing, particularly at hospitality venues? Will Well, the First Minister is saying, did I not listen to what she said? I listened very carefully because she made it very clear what is happening when we move to level 0. She then made it very clear what she hopes will happen when we come out of restrictions on the 9th of August. But the statement is very clear that basic mitigations will remain in place. So I think it would be useful just to get clarity on these 3 points. Will social distancing remain in place under these basic mitigations in hospitality venues? Will there be ongoing limits on indoor social gatherings? And finally, will the mitigations after the 9th of August include the wearing of masks in offices and in schools?
First Minister.
I'll try to address all of these points as briefly as possible. On vaccination, the evidence is strong. It is increasing that vaccination is reducing the harm of the virus, and that is both in terms of reducing the numbers of people going to hospital and the length of time people are in hospital. That, of course, is also partly reflective of the fact that as vaccination pushes the impact of the virus down the age ranges, many people going into hospital will be younger than was the case earlier on in the pandemic. That's really good news, but I do want to reiterate a point I made in my statement, because I think it's important that Parliament is aware of this. Back at the start of the pandemic, we effectively, apart from urgent health care, we dedicated almost the entirety of the health service capacity to potentially dealing with COVID cases. We are not able to do that again because we are trying to catch up on a backlog and make sure people get non-COVID treatment. So our margins in terms of what will put pressure on the NHS and what won't are narrower than they were before, which means that even if the ratio of hospitalisations is falling, we think it's probably about halved, perhaps now even more than that. 5% of a big number of cases going to hospital is still going to put significant pressure on our health service. So that link is weakening. That's good news, but it doesn't mean yet we can be completely complacent about case numbers, and that's why over the next 3 weeks continued caution is required. On weddings, I hope I wasn't misunderstood, and if I was, I apologise for that. I wasn't trying in any way to suggest that the changes weren't important. When I called them minor, I meant relative to the changes that I think people really want to see for weddings, which is a significant increase on the cap that is currently on the numbers. That will come if, as I hope we will, we go to level 0 on the 19th of July, when the number goes to 200. What I'm announcing today will slightly ease up the numbers because certain people will not be included in the cap, but I'm not immediately announcing an increase in the cap, and that's why I think if I described that as a major change, I probably would have, and I think more justifiably, had people suggesting that I was overstating that. So it's important, but the major change will come when the cap increases, hopefully on the 19th of July. And of course, over the last 2 weeks, Douglas Ross has been asking me these questions. I'm sure he would concede that case numbers have been rising as well. So there is a need to continue to balance these things carefully. Lastly, Presiding Officer, on basic mitigations. So what I set out in my statement, and remember this is all caveated, we must assess the data near the time, but what we hope will be the case, that as we go to level 0, we hope on the 19th of July, the indoor legal physical distancing requirement will reduce from 2 metres to 1 metre. In hospitality, it is already 1 metre, so that would be the general one. And we hope to remove the legal physical distancing required outdoors at that point completely. And then if we go beyond level 0 at the 9th of August, we hope, but we have to assess the data, that the legal requirement to physical distance will be removed indoors as well as outdoors. So there will be no legal requirement, if all goes according to plan, for physical distancing at all when we go beyond level 0. But we may still advise people, if you're with somebody who's not fully vaccinated, if you're with somebody more vulnerable, if you're in a place where the ventilation is not particularly good, it would make sense to continue to pay attention to a safe distance to people that are not within your close contact group. But that will be advice, not law and not regulation. And again, although no final decision has been taken on this yet, it may be that in some settings, and that may include schools, for example, but no decision has been taken, that for a period longer we ask people to continue to wear face coverings. These are the kind of basic mitigations that we may require once we lift the major legal restrictions that are currently in place. But I think basic mitigations like washing your hands regularly, ventilating a room, cleaning surfaces, compared to what we have all lived with over these past 15 months, I think many of us will think that these are relatively, not insignificant, but relatively small prices to pay to keep this virus under control.
Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I start by sending my condolences to all those that have lost a loved one in recent days, but throughout this pandemic. Can I also share the concern about the increase in the positivity rate and the continued spread of the virus across Scotland? We, of course, all hope that we continue to make progress so we can return to a version of normal by the 9th of August. In order to maintain wider health and well-being, we must make sure that the last lockdown really was the last lockdown. But to maintain public trust and confidence through this pandemic, we've got to make sure we maintain effective communication and consistent decision-making. And I'm sorry to say that has frayed in recent weeks. I welcome what the Government has said about setting a clearer timetable around the vaccine. Can we get a commitment that if the supplies allow, we will ramp that up much faster if we can? Can we look to replicate what's happened in London, for example, where we have walk-in vaccination centres for those that aren't registered with a GP, so we can get a spread of the vaccine as much as possible? Do we still have hotspots where we are targeting resources to? If so, we are still waiting for the publication of those hotspot protocols. And can we get a recognition that there is now a frustration amongst particularly lots of business sectors about a lack of communication and working together with the Government? Can we have much clearer financial support protocols and much clearer communication with those sectors to recognise the specific challenges they face, so we can make sure we can give confidence to the public, give confidence to employees and give confidence to employers and come through this crisis together?
First Minister.
On all of these things, intensive work is continuing. So hotspot initiatives, local public health teams will continue to take action as appropriate. We, for example, at the moment are doing a much higher rate of PCR testing than other parts of the UK, and that will partly be reflecting some of the surge testing that is being done in local areas. It is for local public health teams to decide what is appropriate, following the protocols that are in place. We are vaccinating as fast as supplies allow. Yes, if supplies allow it, we will accelerate further, but there is one important caveat in that has to be understood, particularly as we go into second doses, that there is a recommended 8 weeks between a first dose and a second dose. So clinically, we can accelerate that, which will to some extent limit the pace that we're able to go at with second doses. But that is clinical advice that it would not be appropriate for us to change. But we will use supplies as quickly as possible within the clinical advice that is available to us. Health boards are using drop-in clinics where they think that is appropriate. Obviously, that becomes more important and is being used in other places for younger people. But if you look at first doses right now, and all 4 UK nations are much of a muchness in terms of vaccination uptake, but we're slightly ahead of England and Northern Ireland in first dose vaccination, which suggests that we are doing all the things that everybody else is doing and getting through that population quickly. But we will work with health boards to make sure that they have all of the support that they need. And the Finance Secretary will continue to work with businesses to make sure that the financial support that is available is understood and, more importantly, that is accessed by businesses as we continue this journey back to, I hope, significant normality.
Thank you. Patrick Harvey.
I thank the First Minister for the statement, and I join with others in once again expressing my condolences to those who have lost a loved one, or indeed to those whose health and well-being has been seriously harmed for the long term by this virus. But I also share the sense of hope that we might finally, after such a long and difficult period, be coming to the end of the restrictions. I want to ask about the change of strategic approach from the Scottish Government, and in particular the strategic intention to suppress the virus to the lowest possible level, no longer being the Government's position. Does this imply that the Scottish Government is open to what Matt Hancock is proposing, to end the requirement for international travel quarantine for vaccinated people, or indeed what he suggested to end self-isolation and replace it with lateral flow testing, something which has been criticised by public health experts? Or does the First Minister share my concern that wherever in the world further, more dangerous variants emerge, this approach would almost guarantee that those variants were imported and would then spread?
First Minister.
The latter doesn't automatically follow the former. In terms of the change to the strategic intent, that really is recognising the way in which and the extent to which vaccination is changing the reality of the impact of this virus. When there was no vaccine, then, in my view, it was essential to try to suppress cases of the virus to the lowest possible level, because you had no other way of reducing the harm. And although those restrictions that were necessary to achieve that did other harm, the harm that would have been done by the virus outweighed those. That balance changes when you have a vaccine that helps to mitigate the harm of the virus, and therefore to continue to seek to suppress to the lowest possible level becomes potentially disproportionate, because the harm that's been done by the restrictions necessary to achieve that outweigh the harm of the virus. So that's the reason for the shift in strategic intent. But with both, it is about reducing the harm of the virus. It's just that there are different ways with a vaccine to do that than has been the case previously. We want to see both testing and vaccines, and I think particularly vaccines, progressively reduce restrictions domestically and, of course, in time restrictions on travel in and out of the country. We have to consider that carefully, because we have to be satisfied that there is a degree of effectiveness in those substitutes that allow us to move that. So yes, we of course will consider, I alluded to this in my statement, we will consider whether testing in future coupled with vaccination can lead to a different approach to self-isolation, particularly for contacts of positive cases, even if not for positive cases themselves. We're not yet at a stage to take that decision, but that is under active consideration. And we all want to look to a point, hopefully in the not too distant future, when vaccines can open up travel again as well. But we do know that the biggest risk we face is a variant at some point undermining the effectiveness of the vaccine. So that means we need to take continued care and really look at all of these things carefully before coming to final decisions. But all of these things are and will continue to be under active consideration.
I call Willie Rennie to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Every week, families of adults with special needs ask me when their day services will reopen. Every week, I ask the First Minister the same. And every week, nothing changes. Last weekend, those families witnessed thousands of fans travelling hundreds of miles to gather on the streets of London against official advice from the government. The families were surprised there were few words of criticism, especially from the First Minister. Can the First Minister understand how angry they feel? They feel left behind. Others do too. All they want is fairness for their services to be reopened. Will the First Minister agree to that today?
First Minister.
Well, if Willie Rennie had, as I'm sure he was, paid close attention, he would have heard today something that will make possibly the biggest practical difference here. Firstly, on football fans, I could not have been clearer that I advised against fans travelling to London, as I advise against fans gathering in groups that are out with the limits. I have spent 15 months trying to persuade people, and the vast majority of people have complied with that, to stick to rules that are about keeping them and their loved ones safe. I get frustrated when people do not do that, but we all have a personal responsibility, and we're moving into a phase where that personal responsibility is going to become more, not less important, as we progressively ease legal restrictions. So I'll continue to every day, I'll continue to persuade people, or seek to persuade people, to behave in a way that is within both the spirit and the letter of the rules to keep us as safe and as on the right track as possible. The issue I refer to, as I said last week, it is not the case that services for adults with learning disabilities cannot open. Local authorities have to consider how they safely open. The biggest restriction at the moment is on physical distancing and the 2-metre physical distancing. That is one of the reasons why we are keen to reduce to the point of eliminating completely the need for a legal requirement for physical distancing. So if we go to level 0 on the 19th of July, and if that allows us to reduce indoor physical distancing to 1 metre, that will significantly increase the capacity in services like this and in many other settings as well. That doesn't mean these services are closed between now and then, but it does mean that local authorities or the providers of these services can continue to plan for increasing the capacity further. My final point, no matter how frustrated we may get when people, whoever they are, football fans or anybody else, are not complying with the advice, the response to that is not to reduce protections for other people, including and in particular vulnerable people. This is really difficult for people in that category. I absolutely understand this, but getting everybody through this as safely as possible is what continues to be most important.
I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Liz Smith.
Right, thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the First Minister's statement. Wearing face coverings in shops, travelling and at work has become second nature to many and continues to be necessary, but doing so is neither pleasant nor particularly comfortable. One or two public health advisers even suggest that face coverings should become permanent. Whilst no change is envisaged at present, does the First Minister agree that ultimately we should aim to return to being mask-free once it is safe to do so?
First Minister.
Yes, I do. I personally don't want to have to wear face coverings for longer than is necessary, and I can't imagine there are many people across the country who do. I want to see us get to a position where we don't have to think about COVID in our day-to-day lives in any respect. We are much closer to a position where we can lift legal restrictions, and I think that is welcome. But if we want to continue in that way, we may have to, all of us, accept basic mitigations for a period longer. I certainly hope that is not for a significant period longer, but things like wearing face coverings, washing hands, keeping, even if it's not legally required, a careful safe distance in certain circumstances from other people. If these are the things that are required so that we can live without the limits on having people in our own homes, or the limits in what we can do in the much more fundamental parts of our life, the limits on services for adults with learning disabilities, then I think that is a price people are willing to pay, albeit we all hope that that will not be for any longer than is necessary.
Liz Smith to be followed by Gillian Martin.
Thank you. Scottish universities are reporting that the number of students likely to arrive from red list countries for the start of the new academic term in September is likely to exceed the hotel quarantine allocation, and complaining that this issue has not been addressed in good time. Can I ask the First Minister why that is the case and what would be done to address these very serious concerns?
First Minister.
Well, we are working with universities. I'll ask the Education Secretary to write on this specific point. Of course, universities also have an obligation to make sure that they have in place the services and support that international students need. Obviously, these are fee-paying students. We are also, of course, giving access to the vaccination programme for international students arriving here if they're coming from countries where they haven't already been vaccinated. So these are issues that will be taken very seriously. We learned a great deal, not all of it good, from the experience of university return last year, and a lot of work is going on to make sure that the right arrangements are in place this year.
Thank you. Gillian Martin to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've had a constituent get in touch pointing to studies in other countries in relation to vaccine efficacy in people who are solid organ transplant recipients. And those studies are saying that they indicate a much lower efficacy rate than the rest of the population. Can I ask the First Minister what's been done to ascertain the efficacy of the vaccines in people whose immune systems are suppressed, and what steps have been taken to maximise their protection?
First Minister.
Well, the JCVI priority list represents, as I said in my statement, 99% of preventable mortality from COVID. Those who are clinically extremely vulnerable were prioritised for vaccination, with around 95% of those in the shielding list having now received both doses. The JCVI did consider emerging advice suggesting people who are severely immunosuppressed may not always get the same protection from vaccination as others. Households of adults who are severely immune compromised, those should now be vaccinated alongside JCVI priority group 6 to offer additional protection. But of course there are ongoing studies, and I'm sure there will be for some time, into the efficacy of the vaccines both generally and in relation to particular groups.
Jackie Bailey to be followed by John Mason.
Just this week, Dumbarton Academy completely closed down due to an outbreak of COVID, and it will remain so for this final week of term. The situation is bad at the Vale of Leven Academy, and what is concerning is that parents and pupils were advised late, in one case 4 days after contact with a person who tested COVID positive. They also visited elderly relatives over the weekend. In the case of a local gymnastics club with 40 members, they were only told of a COVID positive case 7 days later. Does the First Minister agree that unless we speed up the time in which people are notified by Test and Protect or indeed the school, then the virus will simply continue to spread?
First Minister.
Test and Protect and the times for Test and Protect contacting and tracing people are published, actually. I'm pretty sure they're still published on a weekly basis, so people can look and see that. Test and Protect perform a very good service and to short timescales. In some circumstances, particularly complex outbreaks, it will take time to go through all contacts. It may be that it takes time for some contacts to come forward. I'm not saying that's the case in this situation. So speed is of the essence, but there will be different characteristics and different outbreaks that will determine the complexity of that. I can't comment any more on the specific cases because I don't know the specific details concerned.
Call John Mason to be followed by Jackson Carlaw.
Thank you very much. I think the First Minister knows that churches and other places of worship have been keen to follow the guidelines, but are also keen to reduce social distancing and be able to sing again. Can she clarify when that will happen?
First Minister.
Well, singing, particularly congregational singing, I know is important to faith communities. The guidance for the safe use of places of worship advises that congregational singing can take place from level 1 and for small groups such as a choir or a band only from level 2. At all other levels, 3 to 4, which no part of the country is in at the moment, singing should be avoided because of the heightened risk of transmission. From the 19th of July, assuming that the data supports this, we will be in a position to reduce physical distancing in all indoor settings to 1 metre, and that will include places of worship. And we will continue to engage with and support faith and belief communities as we move forward, so that they, as I know they are all very keen to do, can get all aspects of worship back to normal.
Jackson Carlaw to be followed by Bob Doris.
One welcome success of the pandemic has been the support offered to the First Minister by signers. And on behalf of the deaf community in my constituency, can I thank them for the really outstanding and sustained job that they have done. But it does belie a much more complicated pathway for the deaf community to public services, and particularly to GP services. Initially, many of them received letters saying they should make telephone appointments, which, of course, I assume was inadvertent. Subsequent online appointments often take place without a signer, and when a signer is provided, they can join the consultation from anywhere in the UK. And sign language, just like any other language, has nuances, which mean that many in the deaf community are concerned that very delicate matters relating to their health aren't being properly translated. What they are looking, hopefully, to have again is the right to direct face-to-face contact with GP services. And they're looking for the First Minister to champion that so that they can have that right again at the earliest opportunity. Many have put off seeking a GP for far too long. Will the First Minister seek to intervene to allow that to take place?
First Minister.
Well, as I have done before, and as no doubt I will in the future, I want to thank the signers who have worked so hard and so well to help people access the Scottish Government's public health messages over the course of this pandemic. There has been criticism, I think justified criticism, that the same provision hasn't been made with number 10 press conferences, and perhaps that's something Jackson Carlaw might want to champion himself on behalf of the deaf community, because it's the deaf community, amongst others, that have made that criticism. The comments about the difficulties that many in the deaf community have in accessing services, particularly through the pandemic, is a legitimate one. As we get services back to normal, that will alleviate, although services right now should be catering for that. GPs should be, I think I responded to a question last week on this, GPs should be offering face-to-face appointments already where that is appropriate, but as we go through or down the path that I have set out today, when physical distancing is reduced, hopefully removed altogether, and as more restrictions are eased, then we will see, and the Scottish Government will certainly be championing this, a much greater return to face-to-face services.
Bob Doris to be followed by Colin Smith.
Presiding Officer, I welcome the continued positive rollout of the COVID-19 vaccinations in Scotland, but we must not be complacent. Australia, for instance, is highly successful in managing the initial spread of coronavirus, but has experienced a series of small outbreaks in recent months. These are related to the slow rollout of the vaccine and vaccine hesitancy. Does the First Minister agree this highlights the absolute importance for as many people in Scotland to take up the vaccine when offered their appointment, not just for the safety and protection of themselves and others, but of course given there is now a clear link between vaccine uptake and Scotland continuing to ease restrictions?
First Minister.
I couldn't agree with that more, and I'm sure everybody across the chamber does. I would appeal to everybody, as I do almost every day, to get vaccinated when you are invited to an appointment, and particularly to get the second dose. We know that the first dose of vaccine gives some protection, but it is the second dose that gives significant protection, and that includes protection against the Delta variant. So please turn up for the vaccine. The more people that are fully vaccinated, the more this link between cases, hospitalisations, serious illness and death will weaken to the point, hopefully, of almost breaking that link completely. But every person that is not vaccinated is somebody who is still vulnerable to the virus. As a way of protecting yourself, but also as part of that collective civic duty we owe to each other, please come forward for the vaccine. We've seen extraordinarily high uptake so far. They are not as high in the younger groups as they are in the older and frailer groups, but still high by comparison to other vaccination programmes. But I think every single one of us can really play a part in encouraging everybody we know to get vaccinated and to make sure you get double vaccinated. It is absolutely the way out of this for all of us.
Colin Smith, to be followed by Joe Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister referred to the importance of the clinical advice on an 8-week period between first and second vaccine doses, but we're seeing an increase in number of errors in letters inviting people for vaccinations. For example, in Dumfries and Galloway, some 800 children were invited for vaccination who are too young, and we know that thousands of people in Glasgow have recently been invited for a second dose less than 8 weeks from their first dose. So can I ask the First Minister if any review into these errors will cover all health boards to make sure that as we move forward towards potentially, for example, having booster jabs, that the procedures are tightened up to avoid future errors?
First Minister.
All of these administrative glitches that happen in the system are quickly identified and quickly rectified. We don't want to see these happen, and lessons are learned from all of them. But I also think, not least for the sake of those who are working round the clock to deliver this vaccination programme, that it is important to put it in context as well. This is the biggest ever population vaccination programme that this country has delivered. It is going exceptionally well, and the administrative glitches that are mentioned are tiny in the context of that. They're not unimportant, but let's not take away from how well this vaccination programme is going. It is running smoothly, it is accessible. We will learn all lessons as we go into potentially a booster period in the autumn and potentially into a further round of it next year or the year after that. But I want to pay tribute to everybody who's running the vaccination programme. I got my own second dose yesterday at the NHS Louisa Jordan. It was running like clockwork, and all of the people delivering this programme deserve our grateful thanks.
Joe Fitzpatrick, to be followed by Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, local businesses and charities in Dundee have been in touch to ask about bulk ordering of lateral flow devices to help support their efforts to drive down case numbers in the city. Can the First Minister advise what opportunities there are for such organisations to obtain bulk orders of lateral flow devices to help support our COVID recovery?
First Minister.
Well, in the event of an outbreak, local authorities and health boards have a very broad range of testing interventions that are available to them that they can and many are deploying quickly. Businesses who have been identified as high risk or who have been nominated by local health board leads are also considered for inclusion in workplace testing. At the start of June, we wrote to local health boards to invite nominations for businesses that could be considered for targeted testing. That's at the discretion of health boards. They need to use their local judgment and engagement with local authorities and decide which businesses they think will most benefit from that. In addition to that, of course, lateral flow testing is universally accessible to anyone. They can collect test kits from test sites or pharmacies, order online for home delivery. We will keep all aspects of the testing policy under review, but there is no need not to have access, whether you're a business or an individual, for lateral flow testing at the moment, because they are widely accessible and on a universal basis.
I call Jeremy Balfour to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I welcome the statement from the First Minister, particularly for the festivals and fringe starting in Edinburgh in a couple of months' time. But can she confirm that all cultural venues, whether standing or seated, will be come under a 1 metre rule, and for any venue that is outside, there will be no restrictions at all? In regard to looking forward, is she confident that theatres and cinemas will be able to have no restrictions come the autumn so that they can plan for productions taking place?
First Minister.
Well, I'll insert the caveat that I have throughout my remarks today. This is all dependent on meeting those milestones that we've set out, both in vaccination and meeting that strategic aim of keeping cases at a level that allows us to alleviate the harms. But if that is the case, then I hope that by the 19th of July, physical distancing, the legal requirement for physical distancing outdoors will be removed, and indoors in premises, and this would include premises mentioned that don't already have a 1 metre dispensation, that the requirement will reduce from 2 metres to 1 metre. If the data allows it, and again I'm going to keep stressing that if, then by the 9th of August it would be our intention to remove the legal requirement for physical distancing indoors and outdoors completely. As I said, we may still advise people to take care around safe distances, but we want to bring the legal requirement to an end as soon as it is safe to do so. We're setting out those expectations today in order that businesses, including those in the culture sector, can start to plan along those lines. And of course, we will keep people as updated as possible as we review the data on an ongoing basis in the weeks ahead.
There's still a great deal of interest in asking a question of the First Minister, and I'd be grateful if colleagues could pick up the pace wherever possible. And I call Rona Mackay to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last week I met with my constituent Kevin McPhillips regarding his soft play business in my constituency. He's concerned that while competitors in Level 1 can reopen, his business is without income. Can the First Minister outline what support is available for soft play centres in Strathkelvin and Bearsden, and whether the Scottish Government is re-examining their position within the protection levels?
First Minister.
Well, I don't underestimate at all the significant impact that the pandemic has had on soft play centres. Indeed, in recognition of this, the Finance Secretary announced additional funding for the 14 local authority areas, which includes Eastern Bartonshire, that have remained for now in Level 2. This includes £100,000 for soft play centres, which remain closed, and they receive funding on a weekly basis. We keep plans under review and will, as I've said today, accelerate the lifting of restrictions if possible, but hopefully what we have set out today about the move to Level 0 for the whole country will also be positive for the soft play sector. Of course, the funding I've spoken about is in addition to rates relief, funding through the contingency fund and closure grants as well. But we will continue to do everything we can to get to a position as quickly as possible where soft play centres are able to open again.
I call Jackie Dunbar to be followed by Sharon Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. While recognising that any
Okay, I call Sharon Dowie at the moment.
Officer, hopefully I won't freeze. For over a year now, patients the length and breadth of Scotland, many of them vulnerable and elderly, have been suffering from chronic foot pain. Podiatry treatment used to be handled by the NHS, but since COVID, GPs have turned patients away, sending them to the private sector instead, where bills for simple procedures can stretch into hundreds of pounds. After a tough financial year, patients have had to make a choice, either pay for the private medical treatment or endure chronic pain, lack of mobility and all the associated strains on their mental and physical health. Many have been forced to choose the latter option, consigned indoors while the rest of Scotland enjoys newly found freedoms. With NHS workers in our vulnerable groups now having had both jabs, and with all of us placing so much importance in staying active, why are the treatments still not available on the NHS, and when will these urgently needed services resume?
First Minister.
Podiatry services, indeed like all health services that people have a requirement for, should be available on the NHS. It is an important issue. Podiatry services often for people, as the member has reflected there, will make the difference between being able to get out and about and be active and not. I'll ask the Health Secretary to write in more detail about specific plans and work underway to get podiatry services and other services back on track as quickly as possible.
I call Christine Graham to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Free lateral flow home test kits can be made available online. I note that, but not everybody is online. The statement says these can be collected from community pharmacies, but I had a constituent who was unable to do that. Is it practicable, First Minister, to provide a list of community pharmacies where you can uplift these for yourself and not have to go online?
First Minister.
Well, I think more than 90% of the community pharmacy network have opted in to provide this service. Not absolutely every community pharmacy will be able to do so, but as I say, I think 93% have. Since the community pharmacy service launched at the start of June, I think over 18,000 free home test kits have been collected from over 1,100 community pharmacies, and at least 87% of the population are within a 30-minute walk of a pharmacy collection point. Obviously, in urban areas, that will be much, much shorter. So we will continue to work to try to open access and make access as flexible as we possibly can. But I do think the system and the service that community pharmacies are now providing has been a step change in making these test kits accessible to people right across the country.
Daniel Johnson to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A number of constituents have been in touch with me who, while looking forward to starting their university careers this autumn, are concerned because they won't turn 18 until after September and therefore are not eligible for their first vaccination until after that point. I understand the importance of JCVI guidance, but is this not a situation where there needs to be flexibility at the margins of that guidance? So will the First Minister look at ensuring or finding a way for people who have not yet turned 18 to receive their vaccinations before they start university in the autumn?
First Minister.
No government in the history of devolution has done anything other than base its decisions on vaccination and immunisation on the advice that comes from the JCVI. I think, although I'll be corrected if I'm wrong in any way here, although this is not the case in Scotland, I think in England and Wales it's a statutory requirement to do so. I spent many years, as members know, as Health Secretary. One of the most difficult things I think to be asked to do, and I think one of the things any politician should resist doing, is interfering with that advice when it comes to who to vaccinate. So I understand the point that's been made. We are eagerly awaiting the advice of the JCVI and will act upon that advice. Obviously, there's been some speculation in the media about what direction that advice might go in, but it is likely, of course, that the vaccination programme will not be a one-off, that it will continue. So regardless of what the JCVI advice is right now in terms of younger age groups, those at the margins are likely to be vaccinated in a future programme anyway, even if the advice is not to lower the age recommendation. I understand all of these points. I understand the reasons why these calls are made, but it is such an important principle that we follow clinical advice on vaccination, given the need to maintain public confidence and some of the sensitivities and concerns that people have around these issues.
Stuart McMillan to be followed by Tess White.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, whilst the vaccination programme is going well, and we know there is the likelihood that booster vaccinations will be required, can the First Minister give an indication as to when she expects to receive guidance about this from the JCVI?
First Minister.
We are expecting to receive JCVI guidance on this point over the next few weeks. I don't know exactly when that is likely to be. I very much hope it will be sooner within those few weeks rather than later. I know all UK governments are in that position. Obviously, those who were vaccinated at the earliest stage of this vaccination programme got their first dose of the vaccine in December in a small number of cases and in January. So it may well be that a booster campaign is needed through the autumn. We are making sure that we are planning for that right now, so that whatever the advice is, if the advice is to do booster vaccinations in the autumn, we are ready to get going with that as soon as possible. But we hope to get the advice within the next few weeks.
And Tess White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Regarding the bill, external groups such as Amnesty International and Inclusion Scotland have expressed concern that this timetable means that there has been no time for consultation on plans to extend extraordinary powers for ministers for up to another year. Given that these powers don't expire until the end of September, why is this bill being rushed through in the next 3 days with no consultation and limited parliamentary scrutiny?
First Minister.
I wasn't in the Chamber, Presiding Officer, but I do understand the Parliament has just had a vote on that matter. And members of the Conservative Party rightly had the opportunity to make their views known. This is always a difficult balance. I don't want to have to take emergency legislation through the Parliament if it can be avoided. I don't want to have emergency powers in place. In fact, this legislation will allow some emergency powers to expire because we don't think they are necessary anymore. But given that this Parliament is about to go into recess for 2 months, and given that we are still facing a much more hopeful prospectus in terms of COVID because of the vaccines, we're still facing an uncertain period ahead. I think it is prudent that with the debate and deliberation that will take place today, tomorrow and Thursday in this Parliament, that we have those contingent powers there should they be necessary. But they are only used if they are absolutely necessary, and Parliament has the opportunity to scrutinise them over the next 3 days.
That concludes the First Minister's statement COVID-19 update. My apologies to those members I was unable to take. There will be a short suspension while we move on to the next item of business.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus. I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. Please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The next item of business is a statement by Shirley-Ann Somerville on the OECD report on curriculum for excellence. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Ann Somerville.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Further to yesterday's government-inspired question, this afternoon I will update Parliament on one of the key deliverables within our 100 days commitments, this government's response to yesterday's publication of the OECD's independent review of the implementation of curriculum for excellence. At the outset, I would like to thank the many stakeholders, including the Scottish Practitioner Forum, who shared their experiences with the OECD and whose feedback has helped shape the report and its recommendations. I would also like to thank the OECD themselves, who many in the Chamber will recall have worked with Scotland on previous reviews and have wide-ranging international experience and credibility in this area. During my statement to Parliament earlier this month, I made clear this Government's commitment to ensuring the best possible educational experience for children and young people as we emerge from the pandemic. I also signalled my intention to consider a reform process and have underlined the importance of the OECD's findings and recommendations in shaping our approach to improving the way Scotland's curriculum is implemented. That is why the Scottish Government is accepting the OECD's 12 recommendations in full, and that we have today published our initial response to each of the recommendations, setting out how these will be taken forward. This afternoon's statement is an opportunity to outline some of the key points in our response. First, it is worth highlighting that the OECD have endorsed the continued relevance and ambition of CFE as the right approach for Scotland. Its vision to achieve excellence for all learners, embodied in the 4 capacities, remains fit for purpose. The report highlights its bold, aspirational, future-orientated approach and states that it continues to be viewed internationally as an inspiring example of curriculum practice. This endorsement is something that I hope we can all unite behind. Furthermore, the OECD acknowledge the efforts made to engage stakeholders throughout our curriculum's life cycle. This engagement has created the necessary conditions for shared ownership and support for its vision, which have given teachers and practitioners the ability to shape and deliver it to adapt to local needs. 10 years since CFE was established, it is right and proper that we review how it is being implemented. So too must we seek to learn from the events brought about by the pandemic. The OECD report notes that there are areas we need to work on to ensure our curriculum remains fit for now and the future. I've already made clear my intention to work with all of those within education to deliver the reform it is required to improve outcomes. We must ensure that our children and young people can fully benefit from a coherent learning experience from age 3 up to the age of 18. As the OECD has recommended, I am absolutely committed to putting the voices of young people, parents, teachers and schools, as well as other stakeholders, at the centre of our education policy. That is why I am today announcing that I will reconvene the Scottish Education Council with a refreshed membership and renewed purpose to support the delivery of the OECD's recommendations, as well as wider education policy as we move on from COVID-19. Young people will, of course, have seats on that council, but to ensure that the voices of those who are most affected by any changes in education are always held loudly and clearly in strategic discussions, I am also establishing a Children and Young People's Education Council to sit alongside the Scottish Education Council. I will chair both of these, and their input and advice will have parity of esteem. I want consideration of the lived educational experience of young people, current teachers, leaders and other practitioners to be fundamental to the work I do and the decisions I take as Education Secretary. It is essential that we take a rights-based approach and that we achieve genuine parity of esteem for young people's views. We will therefore work with children and young people's organisations over the summer on the details of our new arrangements. These groups will ensure that impactful and representative engagement happens throughout our work to implement the OECD's recommendations and ensure that engagement demonstrates the shape we wish to make. Presiding Officer, we know we must simplify our policies and our institutions so that there is maximum coherence. This includes the need to clarify the roles and responsibilities of national and local bodies involved in delivering and supporting Scotland's curriculum, as well as ensuring that the teacher workforce has the skills, time and capacity to lead, plan and support CFE on the ground. And I will come back to our national bodies in a moment. In response to the OECD's recommendation that dedicated time should be provided to school staff to lead, plan and support CFE at school level, we have already committed as a government to seeing teacher class contact time reduced by 1.5 hours per week. We will work with our partners in the SNCT to take forward discussions as to how this can best be achieved. The OECD also identify a need for the better articulation of assessment methods through BGE and into senior phase. Methods that better align with the aims of Curriculum for Excellence and its 4 capacities. We will await with interest the outcomes of the OECD's comparative analysis, which is due to be published by the end of August. This will allow us to have initial conversations as to the future of our senior phase qualifications and award, but I want to make clear that I am open to change if change is indeed recommended. To step away from the OECD for a moment, I would like to give a short update on qualifications. We know that learners, teachers and lecturers are keen to understand how qualifications will be awarded in 2022. Feedback from the NQ21 group discussion suggests there are a range of views on this and a recognition of the need to carefully reflect on and learn from the ongoing experience of this year. The examination diets in 2020 and 2021 were cancelled on the basis of public health advice, and I want to be in a position to confirm our central planning assumption for awarding qualifications in 2022 for the start of the school term in August, to give us as much certainty for learners, teachers and the system as possible. That will take account of the state of the pandemic. Last week, the First Minister committed to reviewing our approach to self-isolation for young people identified as contacts, and any changes here could have significant bearing on the extent of disruption for individual learners in the school year and in turn on our decision on whether to hold an exam diet or use an alternative model of certification. I know that many stakeholders support us taking the next few weeks to think through these issues and take account of the latest public health advice before we confirm our central planning assumption at the start of the new school term. Presiding Officer, in my speech to Parliament on the 3rd of June, I announced that we will be considering options for reform so that schools get the best possible support to provide the highest quality of learning and teaching for our children. We need to accelerate the pace of reducing the attainment gap and reduce variability in outcomes achieved by young people in different parts of the country. With this in mind, I signalled my intention to reform Education Scotland and the SQA. I want to be clear that this is not reform for reform's sake. All of the changes we will make will be guided by the central principle that they improve the experiences and outcomes of children and young people in Scotland's education system. I want to assure learners and candidates across Scotland that these plans will not affect certification and awarding processes in the current and coming academic year. To that end, I also want to acknowledge and thank all of those working at SQA and the wider profession who are working above and beyond to ensure learners receive the recognition they deserve. The OECD review includes important recommendations around the clarity and coherence of the institutions that support our education system. It highlights the unusual configuration of having the Inspectorate as part of an organisation that is also responsible for supporting school leaders, curriculum design and teacher professional learning. It also invites us to explore assigning responsibility for curriculum and assessment to a standalone agency. Therefore, I can confirm today my intention to do two things. First, we will move the inspection function out of Education Scotland. As the OECD highlight, this can help to balance the dual need for the local flexibility of provision alongside national consistency in outcomes. In addition, I am minded to accept the OECD recommendation to create a new specialist agency responsible for both curriculum and assessment, which will replace the SQA. This would help to improve alignment and coherence in these functions, as recommended by the OECD. We will progress implementation with pace that it warrants. While change is clearly necessary, I want to move decisively to avoid unnecessary uncertainty. And I also want all those affected to have a chance to inform the way in which we respond. I am pleased to announce, therefore, that we will be appointing Professor Ken Muir, until recently Chief Executive of the General Teaching Council, as an advisor to lead this work. I am delighted that Professor Muir has agreed to take up this position, given his knowledge and experience of Scottish education. In progressing this work, Professor Muir will be supported by a dedicated and diverse advisory panel, which will be drawn from academia, practitioners, organisational change experts and others. Together, they will lead wide engagement that ensures our agencies are designed in a way that maximises support of excellence and equity for our children and young people. But let me be clear, however, that this is about designing how to implement this reform. It's not another review. The OECD have already completed their review, and that gives us a clear sense of direction. I expect Professor Muir to begin his work in August and for it to conclude in around 6 months' time. Presiding Officer, what is clear from reading the OECD's report and listening to the debate in education since I took up this post is that there is a clear need for a system-wide response. Neither the Scottish Government nor the teaching profession can do this alone. I therefore welcome the statement from ADES, Education Scotland and the SQA, all of whom have been involved in this work throughout, which outlines their shared commitment to work with the Government to realise these recommendations. The Scottish Government will now work alongside all partners to co-design a more detailed implementation plan on the OECD's recommendations, with a view to publishing this in September. Presiding Officer, putting aside political differences if we can, I hope that members can agree of the importance of us working together as we emerge from the pandemic to maintain our relentless pursuit of excellence and equity in education and to ensuring our young people realise their aspirations. I look forward, therefore, to considering the recommendations from the review with my colleagues across the Chamber, with learners themselves, alongside all of those involved in delivering and supporting our young people to succeed in their chosen paths.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I hope to allow around 20 minutes for that, after which we must move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. And I do remind members and the Cabinet Secretary that the more succinct questions and answers we get, we will be able to call everybody, otherwise we won't. First question to Oliver McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There can be no doubt the exam system has been a disaster in recent years. Young people know the SQA has screwed them over, and it's right that the SQA pay the price for their own incompetence. But the SQA must not be used as a scapegoat for 14 years of SNP failure. Historically, rigorous exams have been a real strength of Scotland's education system, a cornerstone of how we help young people to succeed in life. The problem is leadership, not the foundations. Yet this morning, the Cabinet Secretary said she was very open to a debate that could lead to the wholesale scrapping of exams. No government serious about raising standards in our schools can contemplate such a radical break from tradition. It would further diminish our international standing and remove one of the last hallmarks of Scotland's world-leading system. So will the Cabinet Secretary clarify, is scrapping exams altogether seriously on the table?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Oliver McNeill for his question? Can I be very, very clear? The OECD are about to have a second report that will come out, as I said in my statement, by the end of August, which looks specifically at qualifications. I think it's fair, reasonable, and if I didn't do this, I'm sure Oliver McNeill would be one of the first ones to criticise me to do so. I think it's fair and reasonable for the government to say that we're open to a discussion about what's in that report. Now, I don't know what's in that report at this point, but given the fact that we have said we've invited the OECD in to undertake a review, to then open that review out, and for somehow me to say that I'm not going to be open to whatever they suggest would seem mighty strange. So I would ask Oliver McNeill, as I do, to have faith in the OECD to come up with reasonable proposals, suggestions of a way forward, and then together we can discuss that with young people and with teachers, and together we will come up with something which I hope Oliver McNeill and others will truly support in the way forward. This isn't reform for reform's sake, as I said in my statement. This is listening to internationally renowned experts, moving forward with what they suggest, if it's right for us, after consultation.
Michael Mara.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The OECD report is welcome. It is right to praise our education workforce. We welcome the Government's acceptance of the recommendations in full. We have the review. Now is the time for urgent action. After 2 years of disarray and disastrous leadership, we must immediately rebuild confidence in our education institutions. Later this afternoon, I will lay down a motion in this Parliament. The Government should make the Inspectorate independent this week by executive arrangement. It must put in place interim leadership to bring together the curricular functions of Education Scotland and the SQA by the middle of July, so that arrangements for 2022 assessment can be on teachers' desks when they return. And given the central role of contact time in holding back the curriculum for excellence, the Government must begin negotiations on a new teacher agreement with COSLA and teaching unions immediately, and unlock the funds to restore the cuts to teachers the Cabinet Secretary's government has made. Presiding Officer, will the Cabinet Secretary sign my motion?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'll look very carefully, as always, with any motion that Michael Mara puts forward. But what I've said in my statement today is we have Professor Muir coming in to do a specific period of work over 6 months to ensure that we work with stakeholders to design the right system. Now, there are, as in many, if not all areas of education, differing views on where inspection and other areas should sit. Should it sit independent of government? Should it sit within government, as other inspectorates are? There is not one defined solution within the OECD's report, within the OECD's recommendations, and there's not one shared agreement amongst all stakeholders about where this should be. So I would ask him, yes, I share his absolute urgency to move forward on this. That's exactly why I've asked Professor Muir to come in and work with stakeholders to design this. 6 months to make sure that we get this right, taking young people and teachers with us and allowing them to co-design it. Because with the greatest respect to Michael Mara's motion that he will be putting through, I don't think he will have went through the due consultation that I'm going to be asking Professor Muir to do to move forward with this. As I said in my statement, we will look very seriously at what will be happening in 22 over the summer due to our potential changes in self-isolation, for example, amongst children and young people. And we'll use that public health advice to move forward as quickly as possible with a determination of what's happening for 2022 qualifications. That is not dependent on any of the changes we're about to make. That sits separately from that. And I can assure him that the discussions that we're already having about the reduced contact time with teachers is on the agenda. It's been discussed, and we hope to move forward with that absolutely at pace.
Rosgrave. Thank you. There's a lot in this statement to welcome. For 10 years, students have been let down by completely unnecessary misalignment between the exam system and the curriculum in Scotland, and the bodies responsible for both have consistently failed to deliver or even to listen. So this needs to be more than just a rebrand. The structural, cultural and policy failures at the SQA must be left behind alongside the body itself. Given the Government have committed to accept all OECD recommendations, can I ask for their response to the report's criticism of P1 to S3 standardised assessments and the recommendation to reintroduce a sample-based evaluation system instead? Will the failed SNSA testing system now be scrapped too?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Ross Greer for his question and reassure him once again, as I hope has been demonstrated by the GIQ today and my statement, my GIQ yesterday and the statement today, this is certainly not a rebranding exercise, but a serious piece of reform. With the aspects around the Scottish National Standardised Assessments, this wasn't a specific recommendation that came through within the OECD's report. It is mentioned, and I'm aware that it was mentioned in the webinar yesterday, but National Standardised Assessments are a key element of our improvement agenda as part of the National Improvement Framework. They allow us to have consistent, objective and comparable information, and he will be well aware, of course, of the independent review that took place in 2019. That concluded that assessments have a valuable potential and should be continued, albeit with some important changes, which we will absolutely take forward.
Beatrice Wishart, to be followed by Co-Cap Stewart.
The OECD's recommendations are infuriatingly familiar. The shortcomings could have been addressed long ago. Teachers and pupils should have been listened to earlier, and the Scottish Parliament should have been listened to earlier. Teacher workload was front and centre of the OECD's concerns. Scottish teachers spent more time in front of their classes than almost anywhere else in the world, and before the pandemic, teachers reported that the pressure of the job directly led them to developing mental health problems. So will the Cabinet Secretary commit to a full review of teachers' terms and conditions?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say to Beatrice Wishart, Parliament and others called on the Government to look very seriously at the curriculum for excellence. As part of that, we invited the OECD in, and on the day of the publication of the report, we've brought forward our initial response to that. I genuinely think that you could not ask for a Government response quicker to a report than what we did yesterday. On the aspects of teacher workload, we are looking, as I said earlier, to ensure that we fulfil our manifesto commitment to reduce teacher contact time by 1.5 hours per week. This will assist with workload pressures and ensure that teachers have more time to develop lessons and their planning for the curriculum. And can I also point out to Beatrice Wishart, of course, our commitment within our 100 days document to ensure that we're increasing teacher numbers by 1,000 and classroom assistants by 500 as part of our commitment to 3,500 additional teachers and classroom assistants over the parliamentary term.
Co-Cap Stewart, to be followed by Pam Gosel.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the publication of the OECD report, and as an ex-teacher, I want to thank our current teachers, parents and young people as they prepare to break for the summer holidays. As we know, this has been a particularly challenging year for so many. Having already been contacted by many educators, including within the Kelvin constituency, the recommendation of replacing the SQA is particularly significant, Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary how she will ensure that the concerns, views and voices across universities, schools and further education colleges will be heard during the process of creating a new organisation that is informed by personal and professional experiences and is fit for purpose?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I also once again thank teachers and young people, as the First Minister has just done during her statement, for everything that they have done over the past 15 months. The support that teachers and support staff have given to young people has been extraordinary, and young people's ability to persevere through some of the most difficult circumstances any of us can imagine has been fantastic to see, and we continue to support them during that process. As I said during my statement, I will reconvene the Scottish Education Council, but importantly we are looking to refresh the membership and give it a renewed purpose, so it very clearly looks at the delivery of the OECD's recommendations as well as wider education policy. And very importantly for me is the new Children and Young People's Education Council, which will certainly have parity of esteem with the Scottish Education Council. This will, at least to begin with, work alongside the COVID Education Recovery Group. So I can absolutely reassure COCAB Stewart that the organisations and the stakeholders that she mentioned will play an important part in this process as we make sure that we are engaging with all stakeholders as closely as we can.
Pam Gosler to be followed by Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The OECD's report points out to lack of clarity in the curriculum around the role of knowledge. And Professor Lindsay Patterson has even said that the report did not go far enough in stressing the importance of knowledge creation being firmly included in the curriculum. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that the knowledge creation is an important part of an effective education system? And will the Cabinet Secretary therefore commit to ensuring this importance is made explicit throughout the Scotland's curriculum?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'm sure Lindsay Patterson and others will express their views strongly over the next 6 months and indeed beyond about how we can take forward this reform. It is an important opportunity for everyone with views on education, strongly held, that they can take part in this process and ensure a wide engagement in that. I think it's fair at this point for me to leave the work of Professor Muir to develop, but I'm sure he will listen very carefully to voices right across education, regardless of who they are and what particular areas they think we should go further on, and come part of and make sure that we're taking cognizance of that as we move forward. And I'm sure other stakeholders will come forward with ideas through the Scottish Education Council to make those voices heard.
Bob Doris, followed by Martin Whitfield.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if the Scottish Government is open to considering expanding the use of continuous assessment and embedding teacher judgment within certification in the senior phase more generally, reduce the over-reliance on high-stakes exit exams for final grades, and where exit exams do continue, challenge previous assumptions on matters such as the waterfall effect, which can often constrain the grades of some young people, particularly in my constituency?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as I said in my answer to Oliver McNeill, we are looking very carefully at what the OECD will say on qualifications and assessments, and particularly the fact that we need to develop approaches to make sure this aligns better with the 4 capacities and curriculum for excellence philosophy, and we await the outcomes of their second report expected in the autumn. I have said that I'm open to change on this, but I've said as well, this will not be a simple process. There are many different views, and I think we've heard 2, at least in the Chamber so far today, about the best way forward for this. But I am very cognizant of the fact that the OECD talked about a 19th century model, which we seem to have while still moving forward with curriculum for excellence. I think it's only right that we see what we need to do to reform this, if that's indeed what the OECD recommend.
Martin Whitfield, to be followed by Gillian Martin.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I just say from the outset, it's disappointing in the advisory panel that's being drawn up to assist Professor Muir that young people don't get a mention there. But my question relates to the thanks that you've given the SQA. And can I ask about a government-initiated question that was released at 3:02 p.m. yesterday afternoon, announcing that last year's outstanding exam appeals, for those who sat in 2020, cannot be reopened. Will the Cabinet Secretary be writing to each of these appellants that sit on her desk, telling them that their appeal is going nowhere and this is just another blow to young people's rights?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Martin Whitworth for that question? Can I say to him, the advisory panel has not been drawn up yet, so bear with us. Don't please assume that young people won't be on that, but I think it's very important that Professor Muir has just been asked to take up the post. He will begin that work in August, and I think it's only right that he's involved in who's in the advisory panel. That's not for me to set up, but it would certainly be something, given, I hope, what I've said in my statement about the importance that I place on children and young people's views on this, that are very open to. But Professor Muir will have his views, and quite rightly, we'll take that discussion forward with him. He points to the GIQ that we had yesterday on the exam appeals. I looked very carefully at this and very seriously at this since taking up the post. I did consider, however, it is exceptionally difficult to see a way how we can have a fair and credible appeals system at this point, but there is the ability for anyone who still feels that they should have had an appeal with the grounds that the SQA did have in place for the 2020 year qualifications, for them still to take that forward at this time.
Gillian Martin, to be followed by Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to address learners with additional support needs. And can the Cabinet Secretary tell us what specific work the re-established Scottish Education Council will be undertaking to ensure that any future plans for the qualification and assessment processes will also benefit learners who require additional supports, particularly those in the senior phase?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Gillian Martin has always raises a very important point, and that is to ensure that when we are working through the Scottish Education Council, and indeed when we're working through any policy and practice within Scottish education, that we ensure that what we're having in place it works for every child and every young person, and that of course includes those with additional support needs. We will engage widely to ensure that future plans and assessment do hold to that and are accessible for all learners. Any reforms will be informed by the OECD's comparative analysis that's expected in the autumn that I've mentioned previously, and will of course be fully impact assessed in relation to equality and children's rights and wellbeing.
Megan Gallagher, to be followed by Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Within the Cabinet Secretary's statement, she confirmed that the SQA will now be reformed. Given that the SNP government was aware of the OECD report months ago, can I ask why the Scottish Government waited until this point to announce that the body will be scrapped, especially when our young people have endured yet another exam fiasco this year due to the incompetency of the SQA and this SNP government?
Cabinet Secretary.
Because, as Megan Gallagher would, I hope, agree, we should move forward when we have the final conclusions of our report, rather than drafts, particularly when a group such as the OECD are continuing to work with stakeholders to see whether any changes will be made to that. So, of course, we will move quickly when we have reports through, but I think it's also imperative that we ensure that we wait for final recommendations rather than making assumptions. We have moved very quickly when we have the OECD's recommendations, and have already moved very quickly to establish an independent advisor that will now take that specific recommendation forward.
Our last question will be Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what impact will the OECD review recommendations have on the Government's wider work on closing the attainment gap and ensuring that pupils from our most deprived backgrounds have the greatest opportunity to achieve better outcomes, and to guarantee that we will deliver excellence and equity for all pupils?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the Scottish Government welcomes the OECD review's recognition that improvement in tackling poverty-related attainment and the impact on socio-economic status on performance is amongst the lowest levels across OECD countries. And we also note that there is a greater proportion of resilient young people from less well-off backgrounds who perform at high levels. The Scottish Government has demonstrated its continued commitment to closing the poverty-related attainment gap, and that is specifically through, for example, the £1 billion investment that will be taking forward over this parliamentary term.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And we will now move on to the next item of business. And whilst front benchers are potentially changing their positions, can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus. I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. Please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The next item of business is a debate on motion 446 in the name of John Swinney on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill at stage 1. I would ask members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons now, and I call on John Swinney, Cabinet Secretary, to speak to and move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. While I wish we were not in the situation where I am required to bring forward legislation to extend the temporary measures to respond to the pandemic, I am pleased to present the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill and to set out its general principles, and I move the motion that stands in my name this afternoon. Before I turn to the bill's principles, I want to start by setting out the reasons for the timing of the introduction and the passage of this bill. As members will understand, the path of the pandemic has been unpredictable, and in response we have needed to take action to respond to the public health threat that this has created. Part of that response was to bring in temporary measures through the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020 and the Coronavirus No. 2 Scotland Act 2020. The temporary measures in those acts expire on the 30th of September 2021. Given the pre-election period and the upcoming summer recess, to ensure that a number of those measures, which we consider to be essential, can continue beyond that date, it is necessary that this bill completes its passage before the recess. I appreciate this means there is limited time to consider the content of the bill, but I want to reassure members that the primary purpose of this bill is to extend measures only temporarily. The bill does not introduce any new provisions. It does not modify or amend any of the temporary measures that are already in place. And again, to be crystal clear, the bill does not relate to either international travel or regulations that impose restrictions on our day-to-day activities. Presiding Officer, progressing a bill under the emergency procedure is not a decision government ever takes lightly. However, passing the bill this month will not only take account of the time needed for it to come into effect, but crucially, it will give public services and people in Scotland more time to plan for what extension or expiry of these measures will mean for them. It is quite understandably and appropriately for the Presiding Officer to determine the scope of the bill and the admissibility of amendments. But I consider it very unlikely that it will be possible to amend the bill to add new or amended temporary measures. I appreciate that may be frustrating for members who wish to bring forward new topics, but I do not think this is the appropriate bill for that purpose. The place for that is in the forthcoming months, when there will be an opportunity to fully consider what further legislative changes may be required. Of course.
Jamie Green.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary? Is the reason we're not able to add to the bill simply because we won't have enough time to debate any additional clauses or amendments or issues that members want to raise and bring to the table? And justly so. If that be the case, we would be sitting here till midnight tomorrow night. Is that the only reason that we're being limited in such a way?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, it's not in any respect the reason. This is about an extension and expiry bill of existing provisions for which Parliament has already legislated. And I've made clear that the Government will be consulting on what we are referring to as a permanence bill, which looks at some of the longer-term issues. Parliament has already looked at all of these questions and has considered how it believes the statute book should be amended to handle the impact of the pandemic. I'm simply bringing forward, if Jackie Bailey will forgive me, I'm simply bringing forward a bill which either extends or expires conclusions that Parliament has already decided upon. And obviously there is scope for Parliament in due course to legislate on other issues that it considers to be appropriate, but not in the context of the narrowly defined bill that I brought forward.
Jackie Bailey. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking an intervention? I understand the limitations on the bill, and he's absolutely right, it is deeply frustrating, but the permanence bill is some way off. What happens in the intervening period where there is a gap in provision?
Cabinet Secretary.
But if Jackie Bailey will bear with me for a couple of paragraphs, she might be encouraged with what I have to say, as I know she always is. One particular area that I know some members have expressed concern about relates to evictions and whether the temporary ban on some evictions that had been in place in areas within levels 3 and 4 should be extended to areas in level 2 and below. Through the extensive range of protections and support we already have put in place, including the ban on evictions, we have been seeking to encourage landlords and tenants to work together to ensure sustainable tenancies are secured and evictions prevented altogether, not just delayed. The Scottish Government has taken action from the outset to support tenants during the pandemic, and I am delighted to announce today that we will go even further by committing to introduce a new £10 million grant fund to support tenants who have fallen into rent arrears as a direct result of the pandemic. We will work towards making this grant fund available later in the year, and we will work with stakeholders over the coming weeks to develop the details. We will also deliver a new national awareness-raising campaign to ensure that all tenants are aware of their rights. These are crucially important interventions that will help the tenants and landlords move towards a sustainable, fair recovery from the impact of coronavirus. Presiding Officer, we have listened to the views of stakeholders since developing the bill. From that engagement, I can confirm that I will be bringing forward a Stage 2 amendment to extend, rather than expire, the anti-irritancy measures in respect of commercial leases. It is clear from discussions with the Federation of Small Businesses that extending the measure will assist small businesses who may face short-term cash flow difficulties over the summer into the autumn and beyond. Over the summer, we will consult on proposals to make permanent some of the temporary measures put in place in the coronavirus legislation, where that will improve the delivery of public services without any significant detrimental impact. As part of the wider lessons we have learned from the pandemic, we will also be considering whether further legislation is required as we seek to recover and rebuild. I would encourage all parties in the Chamber to contribute their thoughts as we go through this process. Of course.
Murdo Fraser.
I'm grateful to the Deputy First Minister for giving way. In relation to future legislation, in particular the permanence bill he is talking about, will he give us an assurance that will not be introduced as an emergency bill, but there will be proper parliamentary scrutiny and consultation?
Cabinet Secretary.
I certainly give the assurance that will not be introduced as an emergency bill. In relation to consultation, the consultation period I anticipate will be of the order of 8 weeks. Now, I know ordinarily there would be a consultation period normally of 12 weeks, but to enable us to be able to move on to a permanent footing before the temporary legislation, if I can use that terminology, expires, the clock ticks rather fast to enable us to do that and to allow proper time for parliamentary scrutiny in the normal fashion. So I can accept and confirm the points that Mr Fraser has made, with the exception that I expect the consultation period to last for 8, not 12 weeks in the first instance. I'll give way to Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, and I appreciate and welcome the offer of the consultation on the permanency bill. Inclusion Scotland gave us briefings ahead of this debate and highlighted the fact that they felt that disabled people had been excluded from serious decisions that affect their lives over the course of this pandemic. Will you commit to involving disabled people specifically within that consultation period and taking extra steps to ensure that their human rights are adhered to in the permanency bill going forward?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm very happy to give that assurance, and indeed let me say to Pam Duncan-Glancy today that in the discussions that I'm taking forward in my wider responsibilities for COVID recovery, I am at all stages, including the voices of disabled people, as part of that consultation exercise that I am undertaking. So I'm very happy to give that confirmation in Parliament. I think Mr Simpson wanted to interview, and I'll take guidance from the Chair about how
it would be helpful if we could have very brief interventions, questions and answers, and brief speeches that stick to their time limit, because we are very pushed for time today, and I believe the Cabinet Secretary is calling Graham Simpson.
I'm very grateful. With regard to the permanency bill, it's the first I've heard of it today. I do apologise. But is it likely to cover things like travel restrictions and the wearing of face coverings?
Cabinet Secretary.
No. So, Presiding Officer, let me now turn to what the bill seeks to achieve. Coronavirus continues to pose a significant threat to public health in Scotland, and the continued presence to that threat requires this Parliament to come together to agree necessary actions to ensure that our public services can continue to operate in this context. Although I think I better make some progress, Mr Kerr, although I'm happy to give way in my closing speech. Although progress has been made in our fight against the pandemic, enabling us to expire some measures by way of this bill, there remains a need for some measures introduced by the Scottish Acts to be extended. The bill expires a range of measures not deemed necessary to continue beyond the 30th of September, and it extends the Scottish Acts initially for up to 6 months. The bill provides for the Acts to be extended once more, should this be needed to respond further to the pandemic, subject, of course, to Parliament's approval of the required regulations up until the 30th of September 2022. I want to emphasise to members that the bill ensures the safeguards of the first 2 Scottish Acts are also extended. This means that the Government will continue to report to Parliament on the use and the status of provisions every 2 months, and on the relevant equality and non-discrimination duties. The Government will also be required to keep under continual review whether any provisions are no longer necessary and can be expired early. I believe that this is a strong package of protections which will ensure that Parliament and the public will be informed about the use of the powers, and that they will not last longer than is proportionate or necessary. As I have already made clear, the bill does not add any new temporary measures, nor does it seek to amend any of the measures introduced in the Scottish Acts. Let me first cover expiry. The bill expires some of the measures which were brought in to respond to the immediate emergency created by the pandemic on the basis that they are no longer necessary. There are 12 measures which we seek to expire on the face of the bill. I should note that all 12 of the provisions contained in the 2 Scottish Acts that have already been expired, in line with the Government's commitment to remove provisions that are no longer required to respond to the public health emergency. Extension is sought for measures which have been used, or, if not, where expiring the measure would have a significant impact if it was needed, for example, in respect of emergency directions in respect of care homes. Extension is also sought where it is necessary due to the direct or indirect impact of the pandemic, for example, the backlog in courts, and where there is broad support of key stakeholders for extension. The bill seeks to extend parts 1 of each of the Scottish Acts, and so extend measures in respect of enabling hearings across criminal and civil courts and tribunals to be heard remotely, and continue an increased notice period of 6 months to protect private and social sector tenants from eviction up to the pre-pandemic 28-day notice period. The bill represents one part of a much wider range of measures which the Scottish Government is taking forward to protect the people of Scotland. It includes some very important protections which I believe are essential for those who most need them, and it is important they continue to be available after the 30th of September. So accordingly, Presiding Officer, I move that Parliament agrees to the general principles of the Coronavirus Expiry and Extension Scotland Bill.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start by reminding members of my register of interests in that I am a member of the Law Society of Scotland, and I also own property from which I derive rental income. Now, the bill before us seeks to extinguish certain measures contained in the Coronavirus Acts passed by this Parliament in the spring of last year, and extend other provisions. And before coming to the detail of the bill and our view on its various provisions, I would just like to set in context the decisions we are being asked to take today. COVID-19 has been an unprecedented challenge for all of us over the past year and more. I suspect there is not a single person in this Parliament who has in their lifetimes faced anything as serious. Nor have we previously had to make such difficult choices around the provision of health services, the need to support individuals and businesses from the public purse, and restrictions on our everyday lives. Last spring, Parliaments both here at Holyrood and at Westminster passed emergency legislation with an unprecedented and extraordinary set of powers being given to ministers, allowing them to pass regulations to prevent people leaving their homes, to restrict travel, to force businesses to close and to redirect public services. These amounted to an enormous imposition on the lives of individuals in a free, liberal and democratic society. And yet we agreed that these restrictions were necessary because of the unprecedented health crisis that COVID presented and the real risk of the NHS being overwhelmed. The original coronavirus legislation was passed giving ministers these exceptional powers for a period of 6 months, with an option to extend for 2 further periods of 6 months. I do not think any of us thought at that time that that 18-month period might be insufficient. Sadly, COVID has proved to be an even greater threat than we originally foresaw. That said, excellent progress has been made. The success of the UK vaccination programme means that there is now substantial protection in place for a majority of the population and certainly the most vulnerable groups. By midsummer, all those who want to be vaccinated should have had that opportunity. And that means that COVID is no longer the serious threat to health that it was this time last year. And it means that the risk to the NHS of being overwhelmed is now substantially reduced, if it has not gone away altogether. Of course.
Cabinet Secretary. I'm grateful to Mr Fraser for giving way. I do want to caution Mr Fraser about the assessment he's made of the pressure on the National Health Service, because the First Minister made clear in her statement earlier on today that the National Health Service is resuming a great deal of operational activity, which is now creating congestion within the National Health Service, and therefore there is not the spare capacity there was when all of that activity was paused. So Mr Fraser, I think, has got to be, is a public figure, and I think people need to be properly informed about the pressures the National Health Service could face because of the resumption of routine health service activity, should there be an upsurge in hospitalisation cases from COVID.
Well, I'm grateful to the Deputy First Minister for that intervention. I think that wasn't really the point I was actually making in my remarks, the one that he's addressing. But I would accept his point. There's a massive catch-up to be done within the NHS. COVID recovery is going to involve that. And if there was a risk of another spike in cases leading to hospitalisations, that would be a matter of concern. But I don't think that risk is substantial at the present time because of the progress we are making in relation to vaccination. And COVID will still be with us, and there will still be cases, and there will still be people who will catch it and will need to be hospitalised, and there will be some people who will die, very sadly. But as we heard from the First Minister earlier, we are looking at the restrictions being lifted in August because of the progress we are making. We have confidence. Now, I want to make some progress just now, thank you. Because we are making progress, we are able to lift restrictions, and the restrictions would not be lifted were it not for the fact that we are confident the NHS could cope. Now, against that backdrop, it is right to ask the question for how long the extraordinary and unprecedented powers given to ministers should continue. Will they be necessary beyond the end of September, still more than 3 months away? In fairness, I do not think that is a question we can answer at this point. Now, I should acknowledge that most of the powers restricting our lives derived not from legislation passed here in this Parliament, but from legislation at Westminster. The travel bans, the closure of businesses, requiring people to stay in their houses, were all powers that Scottish ministers have as a result of Westminster legislation, not the provisions that we're discussing extending or extinguishing in the bill before us. But there are significant powers contained in the 2 Scottish Coronavirus Acts, and it is fair to discuss the extent to which these powers should continue, given the progress we are making in tackling COVID, as accepted by the First Minister just a few moments ago. So the bill before us is being introduced under emergency powers. It was first published on Friday afternoon. There has been no time for public consultation and very little time for parliamentary scrutiny. No committee of this Parliament has been asked to consider the bill in detail, to take evidence or produce a report on the provisions. And yet, over the course of the next 3 days, Parliament will be expected to consider, amend and, if appropriate, pass this bill into law. It is our view that this is insufficient time and parliamentary scrutiny for what are very significant powers being extended beyond the end of September, initially for a 6-month period and then potentially for 6 months thereafter. The provisions in this bill could mean the Scottish ministers will have had extraordinary and unprecedented powers for a period of 2.5 years from when they were first granted. And that would be truly remarkable. And it's not just us who takes this view. In submissions in advance of this debate, groups such as Amnesty International and Inclusion Scotland have also expressed their concern about the lack of consultation that there has been with various groups prior to this bill being introduced. And as Pam Duncan-Glancy reminded us a moment ago, Inclusion Scotland also makes some very significant points about how they believe this lack of consultation with disabled people falls foul of the UN Convention on Rights of Disabled People. And I think we should pay attention to their concerns in that respect. Now, the Scottish Government claim this bill has to be passed this week because the powers run out at the end of September. I simply don't accept that argument. Parliament is sitting for the month of September. And if the bill was brought back to us in the first week back, that would at least provide a period for broader consultation and discussion over the summer as to whether the powers contained are necessary and appropriate. Yes, I'll give way to Mr Mason.
Joe Mason. I thank the member very much for giving way. One of the Conservatives' criticism of the government has been making decisions too late on and not giving enough notice. Does this not give more certainty to everyone?
Murdo Fraser. Well, not if there's not time for scrutiny and not time for consultation. I think the point I've made to the Chamber, I'll repeat it to Mr Mason, is that these powers do not expire until the end of September. This Parliament is sitting the first week in September. It would be possible to consider this bill, even as an emergency, in the first week of September. That would give us 8-9 weeks over the summer to properly consult. And the other point is, by the time we get to September, we'll be in a much clearer position to understand where we are with COVID, where the risks are to the health service, what the other risks are to the public services, or whether the extension of these powers is necessary. And there will be still time for this bill to achieve royal assent by the 30th of September. So the Scottish Government trying to push these provisions through Parliament in the last few sitting days prior to the summer recess, when there's no necessity for it to be done, I'm afraid that approach is simply not required. We cannot support this rush to legislate, particularly when we have external stakeholders telling us, as they have not had the opportunity to input into what are very serious discussions. Now, turning to the detail of the bill before us, we would welcome a number of the provisions to expire in terms of the Act and in terms of what was in the previous Coronavirus Act. Those who were in Parliament at the time will remember a heated debate around the provisions which restricted the opportunity for couples to marry or enter civil partnerships, an issue which my former colleague Adam Tompkins was particularly exercised about. And it's welcome that these restrictions are now being removed. Equally welcome are the proposals contained to remove the restrictions on freedom of information, a matter also subject to heated debate last year. The Scottish Government have now accepted that the powers granted were used on a very limited basis, and accordingly it is welcome that they are being expired. In relation to the provisions that are to be extended, there are a number of areas with which we have concerns. My colleague Jamie Green will say more later in the debate about provisions in the area of justice, where there are a raft of measures being addressed. And we certainly have concerns about the extraordinary powers held by Scottish ministers and being extended by potentially up to another 12 months to release prisoners early. At a time when the prison population should be vaccinated against COVID, we would question whether these powers are still necessary, particularly given the fact they have not been used, as far as I am aware, for the past 15 months. In relation to the question of tenancies, which the Deputy First Minister referred to in his speech, there is a proposal to continue with a 6-month period protecting a tenant before an application can be made by a landlord to repossess a property for non-payment of rent. Now, we have had representation from landlords' groups and from registered social landlords about how the extension of these provisions will impact on them, and in the briefing for this debate from the Glasgow and West of Scotland Forum of Housing Associations, they expressed a lot of concern about the impact this measure will have upon them. No one wants to see tenants losing their homes, and there is no doubt there are many tenants in financial difficulty due to COVID. But, as the housing associations point out in their briefing, Extending the evictions ban is essentially tackling the problem from the wrong end, as all it is doing is postponing an eviction rather than finding a long-term solution. So we welcome the establishment of the Tenants' Hardship Loan Scheme by the Scottish Government when it was announced last November, but unfortunately it has had a very limited impact. Of the £10 million pledged, less than 5% of the total has been paid out, and two-thirds of applications made have been rejected. And I certainly am aware of tenants who have been refused financial support because of poor credit scoring that has only occurred because they were in financial difficulties due to COVID. So it is an area the Scottish Government need to address, and I welcome what we heard from the Deputy First Minister about a grant scheme, and I look forward to hearing more detail of that in due course. Presiding Officer, I need to bring my remarks to a close. My colleagues on these benches will set out in more detail our views on the provisions, and we will bring forward amendments at stage 2 tomorrow to address our concerns. But our view overall is that this bill is simply not necessary at this time. By September, we will be much clearer as to whether these extensions are required. We will be in a far better position to judge whether these extraordinary powers should be extended potentially for one further year, and there will be time for greater public consultation on the bill, which was published on Friday afternoon. There is no need for this rush to legislate in the last few days of this term, and for these reasons we will be opposing the bill at decision time today.
Thank you very much, Mr Fraser. I now call on Jackie Baillie. Ms Baillie, around 9 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let me say at the outset that Scottish Labour support the general principles of this bill. We do, however, have concerns about a number of areas which I will take the opportunity to set out to the Chamber. There is no doubt that we've lived through the most extraordinary 15 months, and whilst my job as the opposition is to hold the government to account, I think they have acted swiftly in putting emergency legislation in place, building on provisions derived from the UK government's legislation as well. The context for that emergency legislation was a pandemic, the severity of which we could only then imagine, a time when the country was effectively shut down, schools and businesses closed and Parliament suspended. But much has changed, although we are not back to normal yet. I consider the extension of emergency powers justified, in part. But unfortunately, this bill has been deliberately, in my view, constrained to focus only on extending or expiring existing provisions, not on anything new. And there are policy gaps. My first concern, though, is about process. COVID-19 regulations currently define the entirety of social interactions. Everything from the number of people that can meet up in households to whether businesses can open and under what circumstances. It is not appropriate for ministers to sidestep Parliament when exercising what are really far-ranging powers, enacting criminal offences, but avoiding democratic scrutiny and debate. The thing that's changed is Parliament is sitting. Committees have been established. Members expect to be able to scrutinise decisions of the Scottish Government in this chamber. And let me illustrate the point. The regulation... Of course.
Gillian Martin.
Very grateful to Jackie Baillie for taking my intervention. Would she agree with me that perhaps if the committees had been established not 6-7 weeks after we'd all been elected, we would have had more time for scrutiny?
Jackie Baillie.
I couldn't agree more, and I hope that the government would in fact have conceded the position to every other party in this chamber about the need to set up committees quickly. But there you go, forgive me. But let me illustrate the point I was making. So we had regulations on the ban on cruises embarking or disembarking in Scotland. That's not going to be considered by the Parliament until September, but the decision has been made by the Scottish Government at the end of May, beginning of June. There was virtually no debate or scrutiny, no opportunity for ministers to explain the rationale, no meaningful opportunity for members to question or to represent the interests of their constituents. Frankly, the average cruise ship customer is probably over 50. They've been vaccinated twice. They were going to be tested on arrival and return. That is safer than many other recent events that have been allowed to take place. But we couldn't scrutinise it. We can all agree that it is important that laws are clear, that they are consistent, that they're understandable, fair and justified by the data. But I genuinely worry that in recent weeks the approach of the Scottish Government has undermined these fundamentals. There are different groups in different parts of government making different rules, and there is no sense checking whether it forms a coherent whole. So the Education Recovery Group advise on rules for nurseries and say no, whilst Jason Leach, the National Clinical Director, has taken his occasional appearances on Off the Ball to heart and says yes to different rules for football. Now, I don't begin to underestimate the difficulty, but I offer these comments because I am concerned that if people don't see the logic of the regulations, compliance will become an issue. The contrast between 6,000 fans a day in a fan zone with alcohol and 12 parents and children socially distanced at a nursery doesn't make sense. Prohibiting travel to and from Manchester but not Dundee when case rates are similar doesn't make sense. Now, we are all learning to live with the virus, but I think we should seek a better way of shaping our response in the future. So Scottish Labour want to see this bill used to improve the transparency and scrutiny of the Scottish Government's COVID-19 strategy. It is right that Parliament should sense-check the regulations. That is why we sought to table a reasoned amendment to the bill at stage 1. It wasn't accepted, but we will persist, because we don't believe the powers in this bill should automatically be extended beyond March 2022. But that such a decision, if necessary, should require parliamentary legislation. Turning to the substance of the provisions, there is much that we supported in the original Emergency Acts, and indeed we sought to improve and shape these. The provisions from Monica Lennon to provide a support fund for social care staff to prevent financial hardship if they fell ill with COVID. My own amendments on bankruptcy and debt to make it easier for people who are struggling to get assistance. Additional reporting on domestic abuse proposed by my colleague Pauline McNeill, and Mark Griffin on inclusive information, and Neil Findlay on FOI provisions. So we will work with the government where we believe that their measures can be improved. But it's without doubt that COVID-19 has cost lives and livelihoods. It is still doing so. It has exacerbated inequalities in our society. If you are poor, your chances of survival are statistically worse. You are more likely to lose your job, and you struggle to cope. Levels of poverty were not great prior to the pandemic. They are worse now. And whilst restrictions continue and the economy has not fully opened up, the furlough scheme is about to unwind. No one can say with any certainty whether the people on furlough will have their jobs to go back to or whether they will indeed be underemployed. What this potentially adds up to is an enormous jobs and income crisis, the likes of which we have not seen for generations. And I sincerely hope that is not the case, but I'm worried that it might be. In that context, it falls to the government to act to protect the interests of the country. And as I said before, the scope of this bill is drawn in such a way that we can really only extend or expire existing provisions of the Emergency Acts. That is disappointing because there are gaps in the protections afforded to people.
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to Jackie Baillie for giving way. I would want to reassure Jackie Baillie that the legitimate issues that she raises today are not all issues that require legislation. They do require policy action and leadership from government, and that is what the government is focused on, and of course is actively engaging with members of Parliament across the spectrum on making sure that we do have a COVID recovery strategy that addresses the substantial issues that Jackie Baillie raises.
Jackie Baillie.
And I am grateful to that, and I look forward to debating that with you over the next couple of days and indeed into the future. But it does fall to government to protect the interests of the country. And let me illustrate that point by talking about the eviction ban. It shouldn't come as a surprise to John Swinney. I've consistently raised this as an issue in the COVID Recovery Steering Group. My colleague Mark Griffin has been raising it in the Chamber and out with the Chamber. The existing ban, which rightly does not apply to evictions for antisocial behaviour or criminality, covers tenants in areas that are in level 3 and 4. All of Scotland is now in levels 1 or 2. People are still struggling with their rent. Some lost their jobs at the start of the pandemic. Some are on furlough and haven't received 100% of their salary. Some are back at work but are underemployed. Some are still on furlough with no guarantee of work when it ends. The future is uncertain, and financially precarious. Already landlords are in court seeking eviction orders. In some cases, this will be because of rent arrears that are due to the pandemic, and we should not at this stage be removing the safety net. Scottish Government brought forward a Tenants' Hardship Fund of £10 million, which we heard from Murdo Fraser, offering loans to help people in financial difficulty. But the criteria was so tight that less than 5% of the fund had been allocated and twice as many applications had been rejected as had been approved. Placing people in more debt and in danger of losing the roof over their heads is entirely wrong at the best of times, but shouldn't be happening in a crisis. Scottish Labour will propose an amendment to extend the eviction ban to levels 1 and 2. We would have lodged amendments to turn the loan fund into a grant fund so we can offer people protection when it is most needed. I very much welcome the Cabinet Secretary's announcement today. Can I congratulate him on listening and accepting Labour's suggestion? I hope he continues to do so in the future. But I do hope, Presiding Officer, that we will be able to have a debate on the eviction ban at stage 2, as there is no other legislative opportunity to close the gap and people might lose their homes as a consequence. Let me ask the Cabinet Secretary before I close. The grant fund needs to have flexible eligibility criteria, but will he also convert the loans already awarded by that fund into grants to make it fair across the board? Presiding Officer, let me draw my remarks to a close. There is much to welcome in the bill. Provisions in the bill which the Government intends to expire on freedom of information, on changes to social security determinations, all of those we support. Finally, Presiding Officer, there is a balance between continuing emergency measures and having more scrutiny in the Parliament. Scottish Labour do not believe that this should continue beyond 6 months and will bring forward amendments to ensure further scrutiny, but we support the general principles of this bill at stage 1.
Thank you very much, Ms Bailey. I now call on Lorna Slater to speak for around 6 minutes. Ms Slater.
The emergency situation presented by the COVID pandemic has, in some senses, brought out the best of us. We have seen this government act quickly and implement practical measures to tackle the pandemic, keep our public sector functioning and protect people who are struggling. I hope that the government and the members of this chamber remember what an emergency response looked like. It might come up again. The response to an emergency must be swift and practical and dynamic, always prioritising human lives and livelihoods and supporting our public sector. The Scottish Greens agree that we are not at the end of this pandemic yet, and that it is right that the emergency legislation be extended so that it doesn't lapse and expose gaps in the cover and provisions provided by this legislation. We also agree that this extension and expiry bill should be considered as emergency legislation due to the timings involved. We support the extensions to allow continued operation of the public sector during the pandemic, such as children's hearings and court proceedings. Some of the measures to be extended in this legislation are intended to make the lives of people who are going through hard times easier. For example, people who are struggling with debt. And some of the measures to be extended in this legislation have the effect of making it easier to access public services and functions. I am pleased that these measures are being extended. It does make me think, if we can make life easier for people in struggle during hard times, then surely we can make life easier for them during good times. Society doesn't have to be heartless. I hope that we will be able to make some of these measures permanent when the pandemic is over, so that our society becomes that little bit more equal and supportive. The main measures that we are disappointed haven't been extended are around the right to housing. Even before the pandemic, the protections that we had in Scotland for tenants were poor compared to the protections that tenants enjoy in the rest of Europe. Evictions have resumed. People are losing the roofs over their heads and being made homeless through no fault of their own because we are still in the middle of a pandemic, as the emergency nature of this bill attests. People are still out of work or struggling to find work. If the UK winds down the furlough scheme as planned, another huge wave of redundancies may be coming over the next few months. Struggling to pay your rent under these circumstances is not a personal failing. People's human rights, their rights to housing, shouldn't be at risk due to economic circumstances beyond their control. The Tenants' Hardship Loan Fund wasn't working. It was a cruel joke to ask people who've lost work or whose jobs are at risk to take on debt just to make sure that their landlord doesn't realise any risk on the investment that they made. Protecting landlords from the risks of their investments and seeing them rewarded by inflicting further hardship on tenants, always with the threat of homelessness hanging over their heads, forcing them to pay up, was poor policy. I am therefore very pleased to hear about the new grant fund for tenants, although I expect we'll burn through £10 million quite quickly, as that may be insufficient given the potential level of redundancies we may be facing as furlough ends. I would like to see that matter kept under review. The Scottish Greens are largely in agreement with the bill on what measures should be extended and which should expire. We have this opportunity now to think about what aspects should be kept for the longer term. The Scottish Greens were very pleased when this Parliament supported our amendment that business support grants shouldn't be given to companies who use tax havens. It is this kind of conditionality we should apply to all forms of public funding and support to ensure that we are supporting good business. Businesses who pay their fair share of taxes. Businesses who pay their workers living wages and have fair working practices. Businesses that take their responsibilities to their communities and the planet seriously. The state's role in supporting COVID recovery represents an unprecedented opportunity to reshape the economy along ethical and sustainable lines. It doesn't have to cost the earth to make the world a better place. We can use mechanisms such as conditionality of support to nudge our economy and society in the direction that we would like it to go. And as so much of the COVID legislation has done temporarily, make our society fairer, more accessible, and a little less heartless.
Thank you very much, Ms Slater. I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton. Mr Cole-Hamilton, around 6 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I rise for the Lib Dems to offer guarded support for the provisions of this legislation. Before I continue, I want to put on record my thanks and the thanks of my party to all of those on the front line of this emergency. It is much easier to come to this chamber and debate COVID-19 than it is to face it head on every single day of your working life. I also want to echo the discomfort of others at the timetabling of this bill. As a legislature, we are being asked at the end of June to empower the executive for the virus as it will be at the turn of this year. To rush through such an important piece of legislation in the last 3 days of a parliamentary term is not a welcome precedent to set. 14 months ago, when the coronavirus bill was first brought to Parliament, the Liberal Democrats supported it, along with all other parties in this chamber. I will say now what I said then, that there are virtually no other circumstances in which our party would have supported this bill. The restrictions on personal liberties and freedoms jar up against the very fabric of liberalism, but exceptional times require exceptional measures. Today, earlier, I spoke in opposition to the timetabling of this bill because scrutiny matters, Deputy Presiding Officer. Indeed, without the intervention of my party in collaboration with others, the first Coronavirus Act would have allowed the suspension of trial by jury. This would have interrupted an unbroken tradition in Scottish justice that lasted nearly 800 years and upended with it a cornerstone of our own human rights. Remote jury centres enabled 197 evidence-led trials to proceed in the latter part of 2020, and this brought us to a return to pre-pandemic throughput, demonstrating that the cessation of trial by jury proposed in the original Act by the Government at the behest of the Lord President was indeed unnecessary. Presiding Officer, I welcome the continuity of several aspects of this bill, and I associate myself with the remarks of Jackie Bailey and Lorna Slater about why many of these provisions have given comfort and security to people who would have otherwise been made destitute in the teeth of this crisis. But, Presiding Officer, we in the Liberal Democrats have serious concerns that continuing other aspects of this legislation beyond the 30th of September could still have serious consequences to human rights across our society. For example, in its current form under Section 5 and Schedule 4, the bill proposes to continue with the suspension of certain time limits in criminal proceedings, which allow for an increase on the maximum time period that an accused person can be held on remand prior to trial. Of course, people are often held on remand because it's the most practical way of keeping both them safe and the public as well. However, 90% of prisoners are still awaiting trial. Delays caused by the provisions of the First Act have seen the untried remand population rise by 35%, and we need to resource the judiciary and the criminal justice system sufficiently to handle that backlog. And reports from the Law Society paint a very concerning picture that increased periods of time in remand threaten to skew the outcomes of criminal cases. For example, accused persons who might wait 12 or 18 months on remand, had they pled not guilty, might instead choose to enter a plea of convenience and plead guilty in the expectation of a discounted sentence rather than face that long wait behind bars for a trial. And the continuation of increased time limits allows this drift to happen in the first place. There were backlogs before the pandemic, and the continuation of these measures will only seek to exacerbate that. It poses a threat to the very integrity of our criminal justice system. Presiding Officer, the very purpose of this bill was to protect Scotland's most vulnerable from a disease that 18 months ago we barely understood. And there are provisions in this legislation I have always spoken out against for the potential harm that they could do to some of those exact same vulnerable citizens. Schedule 9 offers ministers the power to increase emergency detention on mental ill health grounds from 72 hours to 120 hours and suspends the need for a medical practitioner to consult or get the consent of a mental health officer before granting a short-term detention certificate. In short, if activated, this power would make it simpler to secure compulsory treatment orders. That was done at a time when we didn't know what pressures would befall the NHS and what healthcare professionals would be around. But we know now that we can cope with that. And this is dangerous. And I'm sure that's why the Scottish Government have never chosen to activate these powers. But it begs the question as to why we need to retain them in the first place. As long as Section 9 remains in place, it presents a potential assault on the rights of those experiencing a mental health crisis and puts us out of step with our commitments to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I hope that the Government will work with me to put those powers beyond use. I want to conclude, Presiding Officer, by echoing what others have said, both here and beyond this chamber, about the need for transparency. Transparency is one of the most important tenets of our democracy, and without it, we would not have been able to access the information that revealed the true extent of the tragedy in our care homes. However, this government has repeatedly undermined that transparency and disrespected the supremacy of this Parliament in the way it often announces dramatic changes to COVID regulations. I am gratified that the presiding officer this afternoon challenged the use by the government of the government-initiated questions for a major policy announcement, and in this case on the Manchester travel ban. GIQs are never accompanied by commentary or information to increase public understanding of the decision and afford no opportunity for parliamentary cross-examination. I'd like to add, Presiding Officer, that in doing this, it is not just Parliament and its members who the government undermines, but it's also their staff as well. Caseworkers and researchers are put in a position where they're having to attempt to help constituents or explain things to constituents, but without access to information or the chance to put forward concerns before the ban was due to come into place. Whether it's on how this government announces policy or the unprecedented powers that this bill affords them to control how we live our lives, this is not a free pass for government to ignore the democratic mandate of this Parliament. And I will close with this. While we in the Liberal Democrats will support this bill as it transits through Parliament, we do so in the hope and expectation for the time when its provisions can finally fall away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. We now move to the open debate. The first speaker will be John Mason, to be followed by Annie Wells. Mr Mason, 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I believe we do need to legislate at this time. September would be too late. When we passed the previous legislation in spring 2020, I think most of us had hoped that COVID would be sorted by this time, but sadly that has proven not to be the case. And it was also sensible to review the legislation after the election, perhaps in case the people of Scotland wanted a change of direction, but the people of Scotland said in the election that they did have confidence in Nicola Sturgeon and in the SNP, and so it is right that we continue some of this legislation for at least a few more months. Yes, absolutely.
Liam Kerr.
I'm very grateful. Just because John Mason brought in the First Minister, does he agree with the First Minister that in the race against the virus and the vaccine, she is increasingly confident that the vaccines will win? And if so, why is this extension necessary?
John Mason.
Yes, I think we're all agreed that the vaccines are going to win. We're certainly very much hoping that, but we haven't yet caught up with the virus. So the question is, at what point will we catch up and overtake the virus. And that has not happened yet, and we're not sure, and we're pretty sure it's not going to happen by the 30th of September. So I think it's worth reiterating what has been said before, that this bill means a reduction in powers for government ministers, and powers that are continuing are not being changed. So it's difficult to see that there should really be much fuss about any of this. I was looking back at the legacy report of the COVID-19 committee, which I appreciated being a member of towards the end. In fact, I think I'm the only member of the previous committee who is to be on the new COVID recovery committee. Some of the points in the legacy report included enhanced scrutiny arrangements have generally worked well, the opportunity to take evidence from government ministers and public health officials on a weekly basis, the recommendation that this committee or something like it should continue in the early part of the new session with that opportunity to take evidence. And in some ways, I think it is disappointing that committees are only starting this week, as Gillian Martin pointed out. And I'm still not exactly clear which issues the new COVID committee will be looking after and which will be the health committee, for example, with new variants and vaccination rates. Also in the legacy report is the subject of post-legislative scrutiny. The report did suggest a review before new legislation is implemented, and I accept that that is now not going to be possible. But the point still holds good for the future. For example, the Law Society queried whether we should be relying more on civil contingencies legislation rather than coronavirus-specific legislation. Now, throughout this pandemic, the Conservatives have argued for more certainty and for more decisions to be made further ahead, so that businesses and everyone else could have time to plan properly. That is a fair enough argument to make, although decisions being made further ahead would probably have meant schools, businesses, pubs and restaurants all being closed for longer periods than they actually were. The government has always had a difficult balance to strike between trying to make the best decision with the latest available data, even if the decision has had to be made late on the one hand, but on the other hand, giving longer notice periods and making earlier decisions based on less complete data on the other hand. Now, I do think that the Conservatives actually understand this dilemma, but they seem to have chosen to ignore it for the sake of a simplistic messaging about how bad the SNP government is. So again, with this bill, we are being offered more certainty because we are dealing with it before summer recess. But the Conservatives still complain that they want more flexibility and leave decisions on legislation until later on. Now, clearly, human rights are a factor in our reaction to COVID, and I've had many emails from constituents, and I'm sure other members have as well, arguing that children have the right to be at school, visiting family members in care homes is a human right, and meeting friends and relatives is also a right. However, it has been necessary to curtail all of our rights temporarily in order to ensure that as many of our fellow citizens as possible, and especially our most vulnerable fellow citizens, have their right to life and health better protected. I do not think any of us wants to be dealing with this bill this week. We all wish it was not necessary, but it is necessary, and we have a duty to take it forward, albeit perhaps with improvements through the week. While talking about our rights, I did want to mention churches and religion in my speech today. We have a long tradition in Scotland of the separation of church and state, unlike England, where the Queen is head of the Church of England. Within the church in Scotland, the Queen is a citizen like anyone else. We all have the right to worship God or not as we choose, and the state does not have the right to stop us doing so. Therefore, the state must be very wary of interfering with the churches or with any religion for that matter. Similarly, I accept that the churches and other religious groups should not be seeking to dictate to the elected government. Broadly speaking, churches accept health and safety, employment law and similar healthy practical legislation. However, we still have to be careful about the dividing line between religion and the state. I was critical of some of the churches just before lockdown, when many did not meet on Sunday the 22nd of March last year, even though lockdown did not start until Monday the 23rd. I think that sent out the message that the churches could do whatever they were told, and that was unfortunate. By contrast, some of the churches challenged the government rules that they should be closed earlier this year, and in broad terms they won in court. I did not agree with that particular legal challenge, nor did many of the other churches. But despite this, most are still sticking to other rules and guidelines on maximum numbers, no singing, social distancing, and so on. And I do think it's encouraging that these limits are to be relaxed over the next few weeks. Anyway, in conclusion, none of us wants emergencies and none of us wants emergency legislation. But the pandemic is continuing and many countries are only starting their vaccination programmes now. So we may not like having to pass this legislation, but I strongly believe we have a duty to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mason. Before I call Annie Wells, I can advise the Chamber that we're around 23 minutes or so behind schedule for very understandable reasons. I don't want to truncate the debate or discourage members from making or taking interventions. So I can advise the Chamber that business managers are currently consulting with each other on a revision to decision time this evening, and I'm sure the presiding officer will keep the Chamber informed of that decision. Next, I call Annie Wells, who will be followed by Stuart McMillan. Annie Wells, 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At the beginning of the COVID pandemic, when this new crisis threatened to engulf the globe, we on these benches had supported the Government's emergency powers as a necessary and justified response to protect public health. Having said this, 16 months later, I am unconvinced by the case put forward by the Cabinet Secretary as to why an urgent extension to these powers beyond September the 30th is necessary. Putting the content of the bill to one side for a moment, let us look at the natures of how this bill has been brought before the Scottish Parliament. In the final week before recess, and this session draws to a close, this bill has been rushed through Parliament at incredibly short notice, with little time allocated for scrutiny or debate. We have only been provided 3 parliamentary days to debate this bill, which, if passed, could see emergency COVID legislation stay with us possibly until September 2022. And it is no wonder several organisations, such as Inclusion Scotland and Amnesty International UK, have raised concerns with the Scottish Government, particularly over the lack of formal consultation on the bill. And I absolutely share these concerns. And as my colleague Murdo Fraser already highlighted, there is ample time during the summer recess for a proper consultation with the relevant stakeholders who will be impacted by this emergency COVID legislation. We could all then work together on a cross-party basis to consider any new legislation in September once Parliament returns after summer recess on August the 31st. However, as I mentioned, the Government's insistence on rushing this bill through Parliament by the end of the week, thereby extending wide-ranging powers, is alarming. Indeed, this is not the only recent example of where this Government has sought to frustrate the ability of MSPs to properly scrutinise their actions. Yes, of course.
Julian Martin. Very grateful to Annie Wells. Does she agree with me that people who are worried about homelessness and losing their homes would welcome the certainty of knowing that they're protected by this legislation?
Yes, they are just now up until the 30th of September. We are saying this is now not the time to be consulting on this legislation because there's no consultation taking place. And as I said, only last week it was revealed by the SNP government had agreed that Manchester and the Salford travel ban on the Thursday morning, and yet notwithstanding the Cabinet Secretary's remarks about emails earlier, this was only announced by the First Minister on the following Friday, with the SNP failing to come before Parliament to justify their decision, despite it being a sitting day. As parliamentarians elected to represent our constituents, it is our duty to hold the Scottish Government to account by robustly scrutinising their decision-making in this chamber. This is a healthy and essential part of our democracy, and the Scottish Government's conduct in recent weeks with this regard has regrettably fallen far short. Presiding Officer, as I raised in the Chamber a fortnight ago, the SNP's case for why these powers must be extended is weak. This remains true today, and as such, the Scottish Conservatives will oppose the extension of these emergency powers. Yes, absolutely.
John Swinney.
I'm grateful to Annie Wells for giving way. She's advanced an argument which, in response to my colleague Gillian Martin, is that she would want to see protection in place for tenants to be protected in case they faced eviction, but then has said that this legislation should be delayed until September. If there was not enough time in September to secure the parliamentary passage and royal assent of this legislation by the 30th of September, how would tenants be protected?
Annie Wells. But there will be time to get the legislation through and to gain royal assent. Yes, it is. these wide-ranging powers that were introduced as temporary measures should not be in place a minute longer than necessary. With the success of the UK's vaccine programme, Scots have clear reasons to be hopeful that we will soon be released from the clutches of this pandemic. And although the Delta variant has undoubtedly presented itself as a new challenge, as it has led to rising cases and hospital admissions, we also know that adults who are fully vaccinated have significant protection from serious illness. It is the First Minister herself who has repeatedly said that the vaccination programme is Scotland's route out of these restrictions. And with the First Minister confirming in her statement today that by the end of the week, over 50s, carers and those clinically vulnerable will be fully vaccinated, there is reason to be highly optimistic. After all, it is the Scottish Government's own target to have all adults vaccinated by mid-September. By then, the state we are in with COVID could look considerably different. Despite the substantial progress of the rollout and the optimism associated with it, this bill will give the SNP Government extensive emergency powers for an additional 6 months until March 2022, and as we've heard, possibly even longer. As more people are vaccinated and life in Scotland looks forward to returning to a state that resembled pre-pandemic life, people will rightfully be perplexed at why this Government is in such a hurry to extend these emergency powers. Surely, Presiding Officer, it makes more sense for the SNP Government to use the time they have over summer recess to consult with experts, stakeholders and the public to ascertain if such an extension is required. It is for that reason, Presiding Officer, that an extension to these emergency powers is both inappropriate and unnecessary at this stage, and I will be voting against the bill at decision time.
Thank you. I call Stuart McMillan to be followed by Pauline McNeill.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, first of all, I don't believe that any one of us would actually want to be standing in this chamber today speaking about the extension of the COVID legislation. The fact that we are, and we must do it again, is a stark reminder that we are still living with COVID. I know that speaking to constituents, they are fed up with how we are living. We are all fed up with how we are living, but also know that we have to find a way to live with it. We all know that the numbers are on the rise, and with a stronger mutation, and who knows what we're going to get in the future, the time for letting down our guard is not now. I believe that this bill is necessary to ensure that our public sector can continue to do what they need to, once again, with the current regulations coming to an end on the 30th of September. And I believe that if the regulations were to end on the 30th of September, then the public sector would have a vast job to undertake to plan, prepare and also deliver any changes that would be required thereafter. Now, the facts are clear that we are still in the midst of this global pandemic. We are not yet in a place to relax all restrictions. Some measures are no longer needed, hence the reason that they are not in this bill. And that is a good thing and maintains the commitment from the Scottish Government, who gave that commitment when the legislation was introduced. And first and foremost, we need the safest possible route out of this pandemic, because we all want to reopen the country as quickly as we can. However, that must be done safely.
Stephen Kerr.
Grateful to the member for giving way. So, in this legislation, great play has been made by the Deputy First Minister about the fact that there are things being left out of this legislation. And we heard, I think, a fairly optimistic prognosis from the First Minister earlier on today. Does Stuart McMillan imagine that we could be in the first week of September and the measures in this legislation are no longer necessary? And if that is the case, if it gets through Parliament this week, which seems likely, doesn't it, let's be frank, would he support a repeal of this legislation?
Stuart McMillan.
I'm about to come on to some of those particular points, so I'm not going to answer the question directly at the moment, because I'm about to come on to it actually in the rest of my contribution, Mr Kerr. Now, earlier today, the Parliamentary Business Manager, my colleague George Adam, highlighted the necessity for the emergency legislation to be introduced and debated this week. And I note that Mr Adam used the phrase of not leaving anything, and I quote, to chance if the legislation didn't happen. Now, I'm not a member of the Parliamentary Bureau, so I'm not privy to any of the discussions that takes place there, but after listening to Mr Kerr's comments and his reply to the Parliamentary Business Manager, I now understand why Mr Adam said what he said. Now, Stephen Kerr indicated that the double vaccine is, and I quote, providing immunity from all known variants. And I'm sure that Mr Kerr will correct me if I'm wrong in that. But I would suggest to Mr Kerr that this is exactly the point as to why we need this legislation. All known variants are one thing, but those still to come are another. So who knows, sorry, one second, who knows what the variants are going to be like ahead of us? Maybe Mr Kerr does know what they are, and if he does know what they are, then can he please talk to the Scottish Government scientists?
Stephen Kerr.
This is an argument for keeping these restrictions in legislation forever. That's not acceptable. We can't operate on that basis in a free society. So what I actually said was that the vaccines have been proven to be efficacious with all the known variants. But talking about things we don't know about, I mean, we could be talking about this legislation being with us forever. That's not acceptable.
Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mr Kerr will look at the official report later on, I'm quite sure, but he did use the word immunity in his comments earlier on. Well, I'm afraid it does matter, Mr Kerr. Mr Kerr also suggested that we should be more optimistic, and Annie Wells just touched upon that a moment ago too. Certainly, on the one hand, we do all need to be a bit more optimistic about the future, and we did hear some positive comments from the First Minister in her address to the Chamber earlier on. But also the reality of the situation is clear, and we heard that too, that the numbers are still going up. The virus is not going away. It's increasing and having that impact on what Scotland is doing right now. The bill in front of us does not deal with any of the measures in the UK COVID Act, e.g. the lockdown powers, and it does not provide for any extension to public health guidance on restrictions on travel, as these are not legislated for under the Scottish Acts. Presiding Officer, this bill does continue the existing reporting requirements in the first two Scottish Acts and gives the Scottish Parliament the power to extend the Scottish Acts for a further 6 months to the 30th of September 2022, if necessary, in recognition of the far-reaching and unprecedented nature of some of the provisions. The Scottish Acts contain a number of safeguards, and they include that the relevant provisions in the Acts automatically expire less than 6 months after they come into force, although the period can be extended by the Scottish Parliament for 2 further periods of 6 months. That's a very strong safeguard. And also that the Scottish Ministers have the power to bring provisions in the Acts to an end earlier when Ministers consider that they are no longer necessary. The fact that we actually have this bill in front of us today deals with the first of those points. The Parliament, sadly, must extend any powers. But the second point is the provision been brought to an end earlier when they're no longer needed. It was actually discussed in the Parliament today in the DPLR committee. We spoke about the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020, early expiry provisions number 2, regulations 2021-236. We have agreed to draw the instrument to the attention of the Parliament as it didn't comply with the ground J, in that it had been laid less than 28 days before it came into force in breach of Section 28(2) of the Interpretation and Legislative Reform Scotland Act 2020.
Mr McMillan, if you could conclude your remarks.
I will, Presiding Officer. In effect, the Scottish Government, in following the safeguards put in place by the legislation, the COVID legislation, i.e. removing the powers no longer necessary, it will take a small hit under another piece of legislation. So with that, Presiding Officer, I will be supporting the bill today, and I hope that the bill does pass through the Parliament this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call Pauline McNeill to be followed by Gillian Martin.
Presiding Officer, I begin by stating the obvious, that we MSPs have been protected somewhat from financial issues that others face, and many of our constituents have not. I've always tried to see it from the government's point of view in managing the worst crisis of our time, but we must be alive that we can easily lose touch with the devastation out there. We as MSPs, ministers, and even the First Minister herself. So we need to show that we understand that we must, if necessary, meet in the recess where needed, and that as MSPs, we need access to decision makers in the next 8 weeks so that we can be working hard on behalf of all of those who are concerned about this legislation and the regulations and help to try and bring the country together. The nation is distressed and tired, losing a lot of trust in decisions. Some indeed are cynical. And businesses who feel that they have complied only to find that the government have changed position. And rightly so, people are asking harder and harder questions about the inconsistencies in the approach we're taking. And the narrowness of the bill does reduce our role as representatives as Jackie Baillie says, we should not sidestep this Parliament. And the Deputy First Minister, I think in a casual way, suggests that we we can do this in September to make any additions we think is necessary. As an elected politician, there is no way I'm going to rubber stamp any legislation. That's what I'm elected to do. And it's important to see what the public think of that. I would welcome, of course, the Fund for Tenants. I think it's a really positive announcement. I called for it over a year ago consistently. But today's announcement for the First Minister is at least giving some hope to some sectors about the restrictions being relaxed. And I speak on behalf of thousands of musicians, sole artists and bands from various sectors who felt forgotten about, their livelihoods lost and their mental health in steep decline. They can be hopeful for the 9th of August and for the 19th of July, where live music can be played at level 0 in weddings. So that is great news. But I would still have wanted the chance to amend the legislation where I think it's failing. But we do need some clarity on the announcement that there will be no social distancing after the 9th of August. As the First Minister says, of course, that the vaccine rollout, etc., is as planned. So can we have bans at weddings? Have they considered social distance dancing at level 0? Can pubs and other events have a live ban? It sounds like that they can, but I'd like some further clarification on that. I hope to get that in the coming days. So why we're not able to amend this bill when we've got so many questions on the regulations? It was Murdo Fraser who said that we're taking away freedoms and liberties in the interest of public health, and huge numbers of people have questions about that approach. And the nighttime industry are arguing, can they plan, or they're asking, can they plan for this now, for this date? Can they open up? Can they take out the necessary insurance to plan for when restrictions are relaxed on the 9th of August? I now want to concentrate on some concerns I do share with some other members about the justice extensions on fiscal fines. The rationale was to free up the courts to deal with more serious offending behaviour. I'm not clear what constitutes offending behaviour, and it certainly should not become a permanent change. I'd be interested to know if the government would consider reporting to Parliament on the range of offences that might be used by procurator fiscals. On time limits, I have deeper concerns about that. It does apply certain time limits so that there is a period during which these time limits will not apply, and the court can adjourn a case for such period as it considers appropriate. Beltrami lawyers and co said that they think the amendment is unnecessary as the existing law already provides for the extension of time limits, and the amendment serves only to extend strict time limits within our existing framework with the court's prior approval. My more serious concerns are about the extension of time limits on remand. At Topical Questions today, I said in my supplementary question that of deep concern that Scotland's figures on remand, also commented on by the Howard League report entitled The Scandal of Remand in Scotland. So we need to be careful in using these emergency powers to extend the time at which people can be held in custody for reasons I do understand. We need to keep a close monitor on this to make sure that we are complying with health and safety considerations. So that's some of the concerns I hope to raise tomorrow. And lastly, on the question of hearsay evidence, probably it's my biggest concern. It allows evidence by statement where there would be a particular risk to the person's well-being attributable to the coronavirus or a particular risk transmitting coronavirus to others. But that means a statement cannot be cross-examined by the defence. And I want to be clear, are we talking about the complainer, or what victims in the process are we talking about? Why couldn't we use Zoom, for example? So I hope to examine these in stage 2 tomorrow of amendments and some aspects of the bill that I don't think are that well drafted. Presiding officer, in conclusion, I do regret that there's not more scope to amend this bill on the way that I've outlined in my speech this afternoon, and I look forward to stage 2 tomorrow.
Julian Martin, to be followed by Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to open by talking about scrutiny and agility. In spring last year, this Parliament responded in an agile and robust manner to the coronavirus. The Coronavirus Act was put in place at haste because everything in it demanded that haste. Session 5 Parliament, all parties, rose to that challenge and did important and swift work. Work that has carried this country through one of our worst years ever. The COVID committee was set up to continually scrutinise the government response and how this legislation and other policies affecting our COVID response was working. There was the ability of that committee to convene during the parliamentary suspension for the election period if it was deemed necessary. Thankfully, it wasn't. The First Minister takes questions on COVID every week in this chamber, often for over an hour, and again is open to parliamentary scrutiny every Thursday FMQs. She gives almost daily briefings on national television and takes questions from the media on the detail in addition, and party leaders have the opportunity to make comment on that straight afterwards. The First Minister has appointed a dedicated COVID recovery minister in John Swinney, in addition to the relevant Cabinet Secretaries who are frequently in this chamber to be questioned on all aspects of the impact of COVID. Every detail of this legislation and other policy on COVID response and recovery is up for scrutiny constantly. And yet, you would not know that was the case if you only listened to the opposition members today. I gently suggest that if Boris Johnson had put himself up for the same level of parliamentary and media scrutiny in all things COVID, we might have a better general situation in regard to the impact of decisions taken at UK level, particularly around people entering the UK. Stables and horses and the bolting and locking thereof come to mind. John Mason was absolutely right earlier on when he pointed out to Murdo Fraser that getting these changes through now gives more certainty and criticism from the Conservatives that it's often that the government doesn't go fast enough, and I believe that was the thrust of Douglas Ross's questions to the First Minister today. And for as long as the legislation is in place, the Scottish Government will continue to meet its commitment to publish reports and give Parliament the opportunity to scrutinise them. And the COVID committees reconvened at last. I said in my intervention that if certain members hadn't denied the results of the election and delayed decisions on committees, we might have had a fighting chance of stage 2 at least going through that committee, and the possibility of evidence taken. But we are where we are, and 3 days of debate await. Now today we move another inch forward to getting more of the freedoms we once took for granted back. And that's the cheering part. It's been a long 18 months, felt more keenly by some more than others. But at the same time, we must be mindful that the pandemic continues, and so keeping the safeguards we need in place is absolutely essential. The virus continues to fox us with new variants, and we must surely acknowledge that the lack of caution and slowness to act in terms of allowing people from spiking parts of the world into the UK has been a real problem, and one that doesn't seem to, a lesson that doesn't seem to have been learned by those making borders-based decisions, and I really, really worry about that. I think it's only right that we maintain emergency operational measures in respect of children's hearings and child protection to ensure that children's rights have been protected throughout this period, and that those who are being hit financially have a safety net. Tenants continue to be protected. If they aren't, we face a potential homelessness crisis further down the road. The grant fund is welcome and it will protect vulnerable people and families who, as Lorna Slater rightly said, are in financial difficulty through no fault of their own. Those in debt will have more protection. An increase in the minimum debt level that an individual must owe before a creditor can make them bankrupt is increased. Safety nets like this actually save society money. Those in desperate debt situations can find it hard to get a foothold again, may suffer extreme mental health complications, and we must be preventative wherever we can. We all know the cost to human well-being for those who lose their homes, and consequently the enormous amount of public money it can cost us to address the trauma, and oftentimes we can never adequately address it completely, but we can certainly prevent it. We need to be fleet-foot when it comes to this disease. We did it before, and we could do it again. We are affording people certainty and safety nets. Safety nets we might never need, but, presiding officer, isn't that the point of a safety net? You don't need it till you absolutely do. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to be followed by Willie Coffey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I say to Gillian Martin that we on this side are absolutely in favour of safety nets. But this is not really the substance of what this is all about. Because this bill is a cynical, rushed power grab by the SNP. Look, in principle, I support governments using emergency powers in times of national crisis. But I balance this, however, with a full commitment towards parliamentary democracy. And this Parliament should be able to scrutinise the decisions taken by government. Someone said a few minutes ago, I will in a second, someone said a few minutes ago, it's the duty of all members of this Parliament to scrutinise the executive. That also applies, by the way, to the members of the government party. Yes.
John Mason.
Given that this bill is reducing the powers the government has, does it really take a lot of scrutiny?
Stephen Kerr.
Oh, my goodness me. I'm not very sure whether that's an intervention that the member will be proud of when he looks back on it. I mean, the fact is this bill still consists of considerable powers. And this Parliament should take the time to scrutinise this bill and those powers. Are they necessary? That should be the concern of every parliamentarian. The first concern I have is that 3 days of a parliamentary debate is not enough time to fully scrutinise this bill as it stands. And it's not only me, it's not only my Conservative colleagues that have this concern. To quote Amnesty International, quote, "While Amnesty has listened to the arguments made by ministers for the extremely short time period allowed for the scrutiny of this bill, we would take this opportunity to highlight the unsatisfactory restrictions the timescale places on scrutiny and participation in decision-making, including the lack of formal consultation." Now, I don't know if the member wants to intervene on me and disagree with this observation from Amnesty International. I would suspect he doesn't. Yes.
Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. I don't think anybody thinks that this is satisfactory or that anything about living in a global pandemic is satisfactory, but it is necessary. And if the member wants to call this a power grab, can he point to any power that the government will have as a result of passing this bill that they don't currently have?
Stephen Kerr.
If I may say so, that's the whole point. I mean, as we go through this summer, the situation is changing rapidly. There is no need for us to rush this bill through this Parliament in the next 3 days. The powers that Patrick Harvey mentions, that we're debating, expire on the 30th of September 2021. And between this date and that date, the government should be consulting with experts and members of the public about these powers. The weeks of parliamentary time after recess could be used by this Parliament to scrutinise the government's proposals as they were fit for purpose at that time in detail. Then we could consider all of our options in terms of legislation, given the situation we find ourselves in. But that's not what this SNP government is about, because they're trying to steamroll this bill through this Parliament, and frankly, that is a power grab. When the government doesn't need these powers any longer, it should give them up, and we should be reviewing that when we get to the first week of September. The 30th of September is a long way away. Yes, I will.
Stuart McMillan.
I thank Mr Kerr for taking the intervention, but would he accept that, as the example I provided to the Chamber a short time ago, there's already a situation where the government are removing some of the powers that it potentially actually did have, because it no longer needs to have them. So would Mr Kerr agree that the Scottish Government are doing the right thing? They are following the law that was actually passed by this Parliament.
Stephen Kerr.
I welcome the fact the government's giving up these extraordinary powers in some areas. I asked Stuart McMillan in his speech whether or not he would support my suggestion that if we got to the first week of September, if this bill gets pushed through this Parliament with this undue haste, would he agree with me that this Act, as it would be then, should be repealed there and then? But he couldn't answer then, and he's not answering now. The reality is the powers... Well, yes, please.
Stuart McMillan.
Thank you. It's Mr Kerr. I mean, this is a piece of legislation that hopefully will be passed this week. And then, as the legislation indicates, when the powers are no longer required, certainly within that 6-month period, if they're no longer required, then the government will not use them. And also this bill, as Mr Kerr will already know, will have to be considered in 6 months' time again.
Stephen Kerr.
How does the member know that we won't need these powers in the first week of September? That we won't not need these powers in the first week of September? You don't know that. The Deputy First Minister, once again, demonstrating with his hands in that kind of way he does. This is a serious point. How do you know that you will need those powers in the first week of September? We should be waiting until the first week of September to review the situation. Look at the progress that the First Minister Your First Minister, Deputy First Minister, highlighted in her statement, and she highlighted the success of the vaccines. There's a vaccine miracle, as I think we could rightly call it. And it was due to the foresight of the procurement of the UK government, and I would particularly mention Matt Hancock and Nadeem Sahawi, that we have enough vaccines in this country to deliver the vaccines to every adult and perhaps even youth. We also have to thank our frontline NHS staff and volunteers across the UK who have played such a role in putting these vaccines into people's arms. Through the collective effort of these people and many more, thousands of lives have been saved. And I can sense from the presiding officer that my time is up. So I would simply... I can go on longer if she would allow me, but I mean, I can see it's
Please
a popular
conclude.
The reality is, presiding officer, if we see a successful rollout of the vaccine in the next few weeks and months, then the situation we come back to after recess could be dramatically different. And it is because of this that I asked the government to postpone. It's because I asked the government to postpone the debate around the extension of emergency powers until after recess, and you use the remaining parliamentary time this week to debate the issues that Scotland immediately faces due to the pandemic. Had I had more time, I would have expanded on that. These are issues that are serious issues that this parliament should be debating this week. We should not be spending this week debating an SNP power grab.
Thank you. To avoid curtailing the debate, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to move decision time back to 7 p.m. And I invite George Adam to move a motion to that effect.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Regrettably and unfortunately, because of some of the antics in here today, I propose that.
I will now put the question. The question is that under Rule 11.2.4, decision time be moved to 7 p.m. Are we all agreed? Yes. Thank you, colleagues. I now call Willie Coffey to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. I'm very happy to be able to speak in the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Bill at Stage 1. And it's good also to be back in Parliament alongside colleagues old and new from all parties. When the virus first emerged in Scotland early last year, I'm fairly sure that none of us thought we would still be here around 15 months later debating the extension of the legislation. But the reality is that the virus is still here and people are still losing their lives because of it. In the last week alone, Presiding Officer, there have been over 10,000 new positive cases in Scotland. Over 2,000 of them just yesterday. 15 people have died as a direct result of the virus and over 170 are in hospital. The daily positive total yesterday is the highest since the 15th of January this year, and it surely illustrates why this is still a matter of great concern. So it's clear that we must agree to extend the provisions in the bill beyond September to continue the fight against the virus and to protect the public as best we can. What other choice do we really have that offers greater protections for the public? When I served in the Emergency COVID Committee in the last session, week by week, colleagues would look at the provisions within the legislation and hope more than anything else that this wouldn't last as long as it has. Our former Cabinet Secretary, Mike Russell, attended our committee almost on a weekly basis alongside Professor Leach to explain the proposals and to answer detailed questions from members about the impact of the virus on public health and its impact, of course, on our economy and people's livelihoods. Hard decisions are never popular, and this timetable is far from ideal. But the lesson learned then was that we have to act faster than the virus if we are to keep ahead of it and its increasingly more transmissible variants. Now, the bill, as some members have said, isn't proposing any new powers, and it's good, though, to see a number of the provisions being dropped as we no longer need them. And I hope that pattern will continue as long as we can get the virus numbers down again within our communities. Some protections will be extended if the bill is passed, of course, and one of those is the continued protection for private and social sector tenants from eviction. And I was pleased to hear about the £10 million grant fund to be made available to help all those in arrears. The exception of antisocial behaviour, criminality and abandonment of a property, tenants will continue to be afforded some protection from eviction during these critical times when the legislation applies. I'm grateful to Michael Clancy and the Law Society for their detailed briefing for us, and they cover this topic in some depth. They recognise that the pandemic has led to many job losses and the reduction of income for many households in Scotland, with people unable to meet their financial obligations under their tenancy agreements. Whilst they support the extension of this provision in the bill, they also point out that landlords too need support to allow them to meet or suspend their own liabilities as a result of being denied the income that isn't being paid by their tenants. And I'm hopeful that the Cabinet Secretary might say something about that in his summing up. Court hearings will also be able to continue to be held remotely if the bill is passed, and the Law Society also supports these measures continuing. There are a number of issues concerning effective participation in courts using digital technology, particularly if data links are not reliable and if evidence is not properly heard. Presiding Officer, my constituents in Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley, like all other parts of Scotland, have suffered at the hands of the virus. From the very youngest to our most senior of citizens, family life disrupted, education disrupted, jobs lost, businesses lost, and worst of all, loved ones lost too. There have also been some incredible stories of resilience, exceptional care for our fellow citizens, and wonderful ingenuity that gives us hope that even at this awful time in our history, we can see a better future on the horizon. Our government is doing its best to lead us there as safely as possible. Hopefully, our people will not have too much longer to wait, but we must pass the bill at stage 1 to make sure that the journey to recovery is as safe as possible and protects citizens to the maximum of our ability to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to be followed by Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I would like to put on record my thanks to the NHS staff and social care staff and other key workers across the country for the essential work that they've done in the past year to get us all through the pandemic. I'd also like to do something that I think I've been maybe drinking the brave juice to do this. Before I read the speech I had prepared, is to respond to a couple of things we've heard today about the timelines involved. A number of people have raised issue about the delay to looking at committees and getting them settled, and that has meant we've had to rush this through. One of the reasons we had to delay the committee settlement was because of questions around the potential to scrutinise the government on things like social security, and it was incredibly important for us to do that. So scrutiny is what is at stake here, and it's not only scrutiny that is what is at stake when we rush things through Parliament. It's also the innovation that we've seen in our country and across our communities in the last year. We seek to possibly miss out on that by not asking them for their input and advice. So it's a matter of scrutiny and a matter of growing the innovation and harnessing the innovation we've seen across our citizenship and communities in the last year. And that's what I seek to try and cover in the speech I had prepared today. So when this bill first came to Parliament at the beginning of the pandemic, it was emergency legislation. This Parliament acknowledged then that it would not get everything right, but united in a very short time to pass the bill in the best interests of the people of Scotland. We had to act fast and save lives and protect people from infection. 15 months on, the extent of the damage done is becoming clearer. The effects of the virus and infection are not over, and the rebuilding job is huge. Unprecedented poverty and job loss, young people worried about their future, disabled people who've gone without care for a year, families who are at breaking point, and hard-won human rights, like the right to be involved in decisions about our lives and the rights to essential healthcare and support, denied, the first to go in a time of crisis. Many fear that these will never return. The bill before us today does little to comfort people with such fears. It did not need to be hurried through this Parliament in a matter of days. Neither did it have to be set out in such a way that allows so little scope for amendment. The unsatisfactory restrictions the timetable places on scrutiny and participation in decision-making, including the lack of formal consultation, is difficult to understand. The emergency coronavirus bill created safety nets, made allowances and aimed to protect people as we headed into an unprecedented situation, where none of us knew what lay ahead. That is not where we are now. This time, as we extend the legislation, things are different. The Government and this Parliament have both time and experience that did not exist when we began this journey. With those luxuries, we should fix the bits that we didn't get right, strengthen the protections that safeguard people and, crucially, harness the innovation of the last year found in every home, workplace and community, in small places close to home, by ensuring time to bring the people of Scotland with us on our journey. Indeed, it is not only sensible and necessary to bring that innovation into this chamber and the solutions we need. Presiding Officer, our international human rights obligations require that we do it. And so, despite the parliamentary timetable this week, we must use any opportunity we have to harness the innovation that has been necessary this year, build on it so that we rebuild a better Scotland than we had before. That means walking the walk on human rights. As the Government seeks to move forward with a further extension of this legislation, we want to see a commitment that it will expedite the commencement of a public inquiry to give effect to the level of scrutiny that is needed. Scottish Labour and other members across the Chamber will move amendments this week and do our very best to strengthen this bill where we can. But I'm sure the Government is well aware that because of the way the bill has been laid, there is more to be done than we are able to call for. For example, my colleagues and I would like to have seen the evictions ban not only reinstated, but extended to those in lower tier areas not currently covered by existing provisions. We remain in the grasp of a public health emergency. Social housing rent arrears continue to rise as people struggle with precarious work and businesses are still closed. Protecting basic rights, like the right to a warm, accessible, sustainable and affordable home, should be the utmost priority at this time. Forced evictions violate these rights. We would also have sought to introduce new provisions, providing protections to groups who have fallen through the cracks where adequate support has fallen short. For example, by introducing a £5 a week supplement to the Scottish Child Payment for families with a disabled person in them. We do not know the impact the coronavirus pandemic has had on the lives of disabled people, and we can't begin to assess the full extent of the support required to repair their lives. But we do know they've struggled to access food, lost essential care, and they've been more likely to be on furlough. Presiding Officer, that is why we believe we need a COVID payment for disabled people, like we have done for carers, to recognise the hardship they have faced. We must recognise the importance of not only protecting people from poverty, but also bringing them up to the income they need to flourish. Scottish Labour would have wanted to take this opportunity to see the uplift carers allowance supplement remain permanent, doubling the amount carers receives. And jobs and employment are more precarious than before, so we would have also looked to end the full-time study rule and allow carers to earn more from part-time work. We want to see support for people whose incomes have been hit as a result of the restrictions on their workplaces and businesses be stronger. People in the creative industries, for example, who are struggling on precarious means. Many have lost their income. It's estimated that over 100,000 self-employed people have been unable to access appropriate support through the various support schemes that exist right now. So we want to see those schemes relentlessly promoted so that where help is available, people know about it and are able to access it. We'd also like to see self-isolation grants made available to any individual who needs it. This last year has been the hardest in living memory. It's hard to believe anything good could come from it, but it did show some light in some very dark corners. It's forced us to do things differently, and this bill could have been an example of that. I hope that despite the timetabling, that the Government will commit to going out to communities and responding to the harms and harness the will for change quickly. Presiding Officer, often from hardship and pain comes strength and hunger for change. That moment is now, and I ask everyone here today to meet this moment, to do everything in our power to protect, fulfil and promote the human rights of everyone in Scotland. And despite the speed at which we're going through this, do not lose sight of the desire and need to change and the will and innovation out there to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Siobhan Brown to be followed by Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think we all long for the day where this bill will expire in its entirety and our lives will get back on track. I don't think anybody will ever forget the fear, the uncertainty, the unknown of what was ahead of us back in March 2020 when the world went into lockdown. There was no guidebook on how to handle a pandemic on such a huge global scale, and countries and governments around the world did their best to steer their countries through one of the most difficult times known to any of us. Thankfully, we've come a long way since March 2020, but coronavirus still continues to pose a significant threat to public health, and that is why it is still so important. The first priority is to lead Scotland out of the pandemic and to reopen the country as quickly and as safely as possible. I'm sure many other elected members received correspondence about frustration in restrictions not being lifted quick enough and people keen to get their lives back to normal.
We all want our lives back to normal. We want our kids back at school, carefree, enjoying their lives the way they should. We want our businesses trading without restrictions. We all want to go on holiday. But the stark reality is COVID is still with us and it is still a threat. COVID-19 is ageist, sexist, ruthless, dispassionate and opportunistic, as we have seen new variants emerge in recent months. Many of us have lost loved ones to this cruel pandemic and families have been devastated. I recently met a grieving constituent in Ayr whose family had been torn apart by COVID-19. Lee Dodds from Ayr, aged 32, his wife and his children all contracted coronavirus in March this year. Lee was a fit, healthy, hard-working man who'd never been in hospital in his life. Tragically, Lee lost his life on the 2nd of April, leaving behind his wife, 10-year-old son, and a 6-year-old daughter. The family asked me to remind everyone, don't think it won't happen to you. COVID is still a concern, so please stay safe. This bill is welcome and will ensure the provisions to maintain the public and maintain essential public services can continue beyond the 30th of September on our road to recovery. Presiding Officer, there is no quick fix for a pandemic, but we have learnt lessons in the past 15 months, and this bill will not add any new measures to restrictions, but will expire a number of provisions that are no longer necessary, which is progress in the right direction. Presiding Officer, in what has been a very difficult year for so many, we've also learnt about resilience, innovation and the importance of support within the community. Out in my constituency of Ayr in recent weeks, talking to local businesses, in what we can't deny has been a very difficult time for them. Many have come up with innovative ways to trade and to work in a positive way with restrictions. There has also been a huge importance for these businesses to keep staff and the general public safe, and many choosing to close voluntarily for a period of time if they're at risk of an outbreak. Times continue to be tough, but there is optimism and responsibility and a genuine care to the local community, which is admirable. Although we're on a long road to recovery, I still do have concerns for our youth who have suffered greatly during this pandemic. Thankfully, we have some routine back in our lives, and the dark days of attempting to homeschool and even play parks being closed for our young ones are becoming a distant memory. But life to them is not back to normal. With the new variant, schools continue to have outbreaks, and many students in recent months have had to isolate up to 2 and 3 times for 10 days each time, which of course this absence from school is having a huge detrimental further impact on our children's education. It's not easy days for them, and it's not easy days for our teachers, who are working to the best of their ability in what are the most challenging circumstances. With South Ayrshire in recent weeks reporting high amount of positive cases, our local schools have had to put in preventative measures in place to contain the spread locally. I understand the frustration of parents, as we all wish life could get back to normal. But I have to applaud those who have gone way and beyond to adapt and make all the special occasions, such as our kids' nursery graduations, as magical and as memorable for our students. My 5-year-old leaves nursery this week, and unfortunately her induction day to P1 was cancelled due to a local outbreak. And her first ever sports day was videoed by the team of dedicated teachers who captured every moment and sent it to all the parents. It's not everybody's first preference, but the extraordinary efforts being made during these times by teachers cannot and should not be dismissed. Presiding Officer, although the pandemic is not over, but with the efforts made by people all over Scotland since March last year, the success of the vaccination programme being rolled out, this has allowed us to be optimistic about our future. And although we have setbacks from time to time, we've started our journey towards national recovery. Now more than ever, it is important that all political parties across this chamber put the interests of the country first to guide Scotland through the pandemic and into recovery. So I will be supporting this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to be followed by Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The COVID-19 pandemic presented a set of challenges which no one in this chamber has ever faced, a global health crisis not seen for over 100 years. And we all accepted that we needed to act swiftly and act collectively. when ministers were suggesting that we could see potentially 100,000 of our fellow Scots lose their lives to this disease, and the potential that councils and the military would have to undertake mass burials, as Julian Martin outlined, I think we were all shocked and concerned and worked constructively to facilitate the powers ministers said they needed at the time in the national interest. The variation of some regulations was also justified at earlier stages of the pandemic as well. However, today's debate must acknowledge that we have come a long way since the start of the pandemic. The First Minister has admitted that the Scottish ministers got things wrong due to a lack of consultation. It's therefore concerning that ministers have left us today with only 3 days sitting until recess to consider these measures and the intended and often unintended consequences which they will have. Powers which ministers say they will be extending for an initial period of just 6 months and then likely for a longer period. Now, the emergency response I outlined at the start of the pandemic was appropriate at the time, but what is not appropriate is that we now see ministers trying to keep hold of the powers and the failure to genuinely consult with businesses and individuals whose lives and livelihoods will face the consequences of these further extensions of these powers. The First Minister has today, in principle, committed to the lifting of restrictions due entirely to the success of the United Kingdom's vaccination programme. So the question is why, therefore, it's necessary to consolidate these powers beyond the return of Parliament after the summer recess. Both don't go hand in hand. The full consultation and cross-party input and discussion over the summer would, I believe, allow for the proper scrutiny and for the negative impacts of these extensions to be fully understood by government. And I agree with my colleague Murdo-Fraser. It's simply unnecessary to extend the exceptional powers this bill provides without that vital scrutiny. In relation to housing, as a few members have touched upon, the Acts in this first instance provided protections to students and tenants making reasonable accommodations regarding notice periods and council tax. And during the pandemic, it's been important to note, and it hasn't been mentioned to date, that landlords have actively and responsibly tried to support tenants and indeed small businesses meeting the rent payments and challenges we know from our constituency mailbags many people have faced. And as has already been highlighted, extending the evictions ban and therefore postponing the work of tribunal proceedings further will potentially only deliver more uncertainty and build up new problems for renters rather than finding long-term sustainable solutions which all of us across these parties on these benches want to see. Indeed, the amount of debt owed by tenants being evicted for rent arrears pre-pandemic was on an average 8.9 months of rent at the point a tribunal decided to grant an eviction order. For the same period during this pandemic, and with these powers in place, that has risen to 13.3 months of rent arrears. Now, I know from discussions I've had with housing and poverty organisations already since taking over this portfolio that there's a growing concern at the significant increase in unmanageable rent debt. And there's no doubt there are many tenants facing significant financial difficulties due to unemployment and also a reduction in take-home pay during the pandemic as well. Now, the Deputy First Minister isn't in the chamber at this moment in time, but as my colleague Murdo-Fraser outlined, we welcomed the establishment of the Tenants' Hardship Loan Scheme when it was announced last November. And today I welcome what the Deputy First Minister has outlined with regards to the £10 million grant fund. The devil will always be in the detail, though, and I look forward to seeing the criteria around that and actually how we will see that delivered on the ground. As we emerge from the lockdown, and as we see these restrictions hopefully lifted, there is concern around the long-term impact on tenants and the sector that poor credit scoring will inevitably have for people seeking rentals, and especially here in the capital with a higher private rental market in place. In relation to local government, concerningly, the bill seems to want to give local authorities powers to continue to restrict access to meetings, delay the publication of reports required by statute, and the further relaxation of local planning guidelines. I think that is concerning, and certainly under the debates we had previously around FOI and access to information, that's something which we need to urgently see looked at to make sure that we can properly scrutinise decisions taken in local government. And it's vital I believe that we do fully scrutinise decisions and hold local authorities to account, as well as the Scottish Government. So to conclude, Presiding Officer, while it's essential that we move cautiously, it's more important than ever to remember that the decisions we take impact on people's livelihoods, businesses and the fragile economic recovery that we all want to see. This Parliament should be able to do the important job of properly scrutinising government decisions. The 8 weeks which the Deputy Presiding Officer says he will have a consultation in the future about, we have an 8-week period ahead of us when we could have been doing that consultation and then come back and look at the regulations properly. SNP ministers are preventing the Parliament from actually doing that work. I think that's regrettable, and I hope that they'll think again as we take forward this bill over the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Claire Adamson, the last speaker in the open debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have 6 minutes, I believe, but I think I could say what I need to say in about 6 sentences, and that is that we are in unprecedented times. We are still in the midst of a pandemic. The citizens of Scotland expect and trust this government to take the necessary action to protect lives and our health service. There is no valid reason to delay this bill. There are no new powers in it. This is not an indefinite extension, and the bill will remove powers no longer required, so it is the right thing to do. I've listened carefully to a lot of concerns and a lot of very, very valid points raised this afternoon around debt, around human rights, around disabled people, raised by Jackie Bailey, by Pam Duncan-Clancy and by Ms Slater as well. And I think these are very valid points, but I take great comfort from what the Deputy First Minister said, is that a lot of some of these issues can be done by policy direction and cooperation going forward and do not require legislation. And I trust that the Scottish Government will be looking into this. And it's the nature of the expiry of these rules that is really important. Some of these powers have already been expired in line with the government commitment to remove provisions that are no longer necessary to support the ongoing public health response. And that is so important because this is about powers that are necessary, proportionate and used when required. So I see no danger in extending that while we still do not have a clear pathway completely out of this pandemic. And I take everyone's points about how the vaccine programme is positive, but I also listened to the First Minister today, and what hasn't been mentioned is she did say that from August they are not relaxing the rules about people working from home. So we are still in the midst of the pandemic. We have still to have another cohort of university students arrive in the early autumn, and we know what happened the last time and what the problems were. And everyone would love to have been able to look in hindsight and to have prevented some of those problems, but we don't know if they'll recur again. And we're about to go into a winter period. And if we know anything from COVID, this vaccine gives us problems. It puts obstacles in our way at every turn. And I think that when we remember back to the disappointment to people around the Christmas holiday time, where COVID presented us with a situation which meant that people couldn't visit family and that we were disappointed. So having this provision there to be used proportionately and necessarily is definitely the way forward. And I want to commend my colleague Stuart McNeill, who talked about the expiry in the technical terms from someone who's now the convener of the DPLR committee and has real experience in those ways. And it's absolutely important because actually this bill wouldn't ever need to be repealed because it expires, because the powers go when they are no longer needed to be used. So this does not introduce any new measures. We've lived with these new measures now through 2 iterations of this bill. We know where they are. We have daily scrutiny from still the First Minister and her response to COVID, where she takes questions on this and gives the information that's required for people to know where we're going and how quickly we can move with this. We are all used to these provisions. The COVID committee in this Parliament has a scrutiny that goes on week in, week out in terms of looking at the issues that come forward that we haven't been able to, that have come out of left field, that are, unintentional consequences of what have happened, and ministers and the government are held to account through the COVID committee on a weekly basis in this place. So I appreciate that people will have concerns because it is another bit of emergency legislation, but this is not new measures. It also doesn't cover things like the travel regulations which are devolved through the public health measures or lockdown measures, which has been said already, are implemented by Scottish ministers within the UK Coronavirus Act. So I'm really disappointed to hear that the pragmatic and very consensual approach to the previous bills that was shown in the Chamber hasn't been followed today by the Conservative benches. And I think this is really important because in delaying the bill, if I look at two measures, for instance, that will be extended for a further 6 months, that's the ability of hearings across criminal and civil courts and tribunals to be held remotely. And I've just spoken about how we're not going back to an ordinary working office environment, so that's really important. And the debt issue of the increase in the minimum debt level that an individual must owe before a creditor can make them bankrupt. And as we're coming towards the end of furlough, and we don't know what the bigger impacts of that are going to be, then this is really important. And if I can conclude by just quoting from the previous debate in the second iteration of the bill in May 2020, and it was Jamie Green said, "We lend our support to the Government to give the required powers that it needs to deal with the crisis on the principle of temporality and trust in ministers to use those powers responsibly and proportionately. And in turn, the general public trusts us to judge that balance." And I think the Parliament does have its say on this, and it will vote today to decide whether or not to extend this. And again, we'll have that opportunity in the future. But this is a matter of trust, and there's absolutely no doubt the Scottish people have put their trust in this Government and our First Minister to ensure the safety of the people of Scotland.
Thank you. We now move to closing speeches, and I call on Patrick Harvey. 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'll comment briefly on the debate about the debate, if I can put it that way, on timescale and emergency legislation. I recognise what the Conservatives are saying. They're drawing our attention to the fact that the actual deadline is the end of September, not the beginning. But debating a bill here in Parliament is not speaking magic words. It's only part of a process. So let's imagine the alternative timeline. If we introduced this bill, or the Government introduced it in, say, the first week of September, we might be debating it in the second week, we might pass it in the third, we might just about get royal assent by the end of the month. But all of these measures then need to actually be implemented. Let's think about the many people around Scotland who have been working so hard to adapt and respond to unprecedented circumstances. We would be leaving them simply guessing what is to be required of them just days before the emergency measures are either extended or allowed to expire. So I would suggest that colleagues like Stephen Kerr and Annie Wells, who have been genuinely concerned about this, I would suggest that they should be very glad that they are not working in such a role, in such circumstances, trying to keep our public services running. And actually, I'm quite glad they're not in such a role as well. In relation to some of the issues within the bill, business support and housing have been touched on by a number of members. And clearly there is going to be a need to continue business support. But as Lorna Slater said, we also have an unprecedented opportunity to reshape the economy in terms of how we deliver that support. And conditionality is going to be absolutely vital. Indiscriminate support to business owners, regardless of how they treat their workers, their customers, their communities or the wider world, would exacerbate the inequalities and injustices of the pre-COVID economy. We've got an opportunity to do so much better. And on housing, the idea of loans has been widely criticised. The suggestion that people would be willing to take on debt to meet their landlord's interests when they face the prospect of losing their job over the coming months clearly wasn't going to work. So I'm glad that we're moving to grants, not loans. And like others, I would question how quickly a £10 million fund could be used up if we see the furlough scheme winding up over the coming months. Jackie Bailey made some important points about this whole issue, and I really do think that encouraging good practice, as Mr Swinney put it, simply isn't going to be good enough. No doubt, Miles Briggs would probably remind me as well, given his comments, that there are some landlords who have gone out of their way to support their tenants. But we know there are also landlords who will take every opportunity to put their own interests ahead of the tenant's right to a home. So simply encouraging good practice is not going to be enough. And some have said that this is the wrong solution. We should be looking to other solutions. That argument seems to me to have come from those who have a track record of voting against strengthening tenants' rights and who clearly intend to vote against rent controls as well. So those who are suggesting other solutions fully intend to vote against other solutions. Housing is a human right. Investment income is not. So I will be keen to see whatever amendments it is possible to bring forward if Jackie Bailey has something in mind on that. I want to look forward before I close, Presiding Officer, as well, because as many members have mentioned across the Chamber, there are aspects of this situation that we've lived through for the last year and a half and the response to it, which do have value in the longer term. COVID will be with us for a long time. It might even never disappear, but the emergency that it caused will not. That emergency, though, has prompted us to make changes in our society which we must learn from. It's shown us how quickly we can address a crisis when we treat it like a crisis. Well, Presiding Officer, even before COVID, inequality was already a crisis. Job insecurity was already a crisis. Housing was already a crisis. And in many ways, the state of our public health was already a crisis. And of course, the whole world faces a climate and ecological emergency which, at a conservative estimate, is already costing 250,000 lives annually and rising. It's an existential threat to human existence and to that of the living world around us. Now, in that context, we have to look to the changes that we've made in response to COVID and ask ourselves two questions. Firstly, which of these changes should stay because they offer lasting benefits beyond COVID itself? In relation to secure homes, secure incomes, sustainable transport and travel patterns, public health infrastructure, can working online bring benefits for accessibility? Can continuous teacher assessment offer improvement to our education system in place of high-pressure, high-stakes exams? We should be willing to ask these questions about what changes could be bringing a permanent benefit. But beyond that, more deeply, we have to ask ourselves as a society, how ready are we really for the next crisis? How resilient is our economy? How responsive are our public services? And how has our political culture acquitted itself in this crisis? And how ready are we for the next? And I hope that those are themes that the Government will return to with the Permanence Bill.
Thank you. I call on Mark Griffin. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I draw members' attention to my register of interest as an owner of a rental property. Presiding Officer, guidance issued by the UN Special Rapporteur on adequate housing notes that housing has become the frontline defence against the coronavirus. It's a simple statement which is absolutely fundamental to the debate today. A good, safe, warm, accessible home is a basic human right which every person needs to flourish and reach their full potential. But for the purposes of this debate, it's clear that a home is the frontline defence against this disease. If you have COVID-19 symptoms, isolate at home. If you've been in close contact with a positive case, isolate at home. If a member of your household has symptoms, isolate at home. If you've been to an amber list country, isolate at home. If you have COVID-19, isolate at home. It's been the key medical and public health advice from the outset of the pandemic. To stop the spread of the disease, to break the transmission link, isolate at home. That's why the ban on evictions has been a key part of our response to the pandemic. It's a key part of the strategy to contain the spread of coronavirus. How does an individual, how does a family have the certainty to know that they'll be able to isolate at home when they have the threat of an eviction hanging over their head? How does someone who's been evicted, is sofa surfing in multiple properties, isolate at home? Given that isolating at home is such a key part of the public health response, the extension of the eviction ban to level 1 and 2 areas must be included in this legislation. That's the public health argument for extending the evictions ban, but there's clearly a moral argument too. The Scottish Government have, rightly in my opinion, called for an extension to furlough and an extension to the £20 top-up in universal credit. The Government have made those arguments because we're still living with restrictions, because entire sections of the economy are either severely impacted or not functioning at all. The First Minister said less than 3 weeks ago, "We've made significant progress on the way out of this pandemic, which has devastated the lives of so many, but we are clearly still in a precarious situation, and it's vital to make sure that we support the people who have been most badly affected by the past 14 months. I will be calling on it, the UK Government, to commit to maintaining public spending during the period of recovery and to extend the furlough scheme for as long as it's needed to protect businesses and people who have been required to stop working to protect others, and I will be emphasising that it is managed sensitively in a way that supports longer-term recovery." I don't agree with any of that quote, but surely Scottish ministers must accept that the exact same arguments apply to the extension of the eviction ban. Many households have been affected by unemployment, reduced unemployment and reduced earnings. Lots of people have accumulated debts and rent arrears through no fault of their own because of a global pandemic. We should be supporting those people with grant assistance to recover, not piling more debts on top of existing debt just to stay in their family home, and I'm glad that the Government has announced that they are moving on that today. Tenants' organisations like Live and Rent have warned of a cliff edge of orders to evict in the event of the country entering level 2. Stats from the housing regulator show an increase on notice of proceedings being served to social housing tenants, which related to rent arrears of 280% from June last year to March this year. Citizens' Advice have also reported that requests for advice about rent arrears with private landlords more than doubled from 2019 to 2020. The Scottish Government's £10 million tenant hardship loan fund was supposed to help people avoid the risk of losing their homes because of pandemic-related financial pressures, but so far, as been set out by speakers before me, only £490,000 has been paid out. That's not a viable solution to people's housing debt, to put them more into debt. And again, I welcome the Government's grant fund, and I'm interested to see the new qualifying criteria for that, and potentially how the Government set out how to convert those almost £500,000 of loans that have been paid out, how that is then converted into a grant so that those who have already accessed that loan fund aren't living with unsustainable debt when it could have been converted into a grant. But what happens if evictions do go ahead in the absence of a ban? Who picks up the pieces for that? We're just left with families pushed into extremely dangerous, vulnerable positions in the middle of a pandemic, and for local authorities to deal with a surge in homeless applications. No longer can they rely on that top-level public health and medical advice to isolate at home. They have no home available to them. Presiding Officer, a revolving door of evictions and homeless applications, with all of the human and financial costs and public health risk associated with that, isn't what anyone wants. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Jamie Green. Up to 8 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When this Parliament first debated and passed emergency legislation, we did all 3 stages of it in one fateful day, April the 1st. But it was no April Fool's. We were just a week into a full-scale national lockdown. Our Prime Minister, our First Minister, had addressed the nation on TV in what felt like doomsday broadcasts. You must stay at home. Schools, shops, pubs, factories, offices, nurseries, cafes, all shut. Flights, trains, buses, holidays, business trips, all cancelled. We all remember the eerie spookiness of our deserted cities and our high streets. We all remember the emptiness of ScotRail trains. We all remember avoiding people on the pavement in case you got too close. And we all remember and still do that abject, constant, underlying fear of your loved ones catching this deadly, pernicious disease. It was spreading like wildfire. It was a glimpse, if I may, of what it might feel like to be at war. Because we were at war with a virus. And to an extent, we still are. But what started as a war has now turned into a race between the immense genius of science versus the immense unpredictability of nature itself. A race of time between vaccination and mutation. But we're winning that race, as others have said today. Some 80% of adult Scots have received their first dose of the vaccination, and 60% have received the second. And all of that in just 6 months since the first jab was administered. In just a few weeks' time, everyone over the age of 50 and everyone who is clinically vulnerable will have been offered their second dose. That is a tremendous achievement. But today we're facing emergency legislation. And I want to summarise 3 points that have been made today that are important to this debate. Because opposition to this bill is not simplistic belligerence, I think has been painted a picture of by some. It is simply us doing our job. And the first proposition made today is that the emergency is no longer upon us in the same way it was when we first introduced or secondly extended these laws. Because when we passed that first emergency legislation, we were in unprecedented times. We faced a new virus with no vaccine, no cure, and at times it felt no hope either. And there were serious concerns about the NHS, and such a fear that our hospitals would fill up, so much so that we turned a concert venue into a makeshift field hospital. The problem is we're facing none of that today, and I hope we never do again, because those 74 million doses of that vaccine have broken the link between catching COVID and dying from it. We are in a much better position to mitigate and manage this virus. And I heard what Stuart McMillan said, who said we might have to learn to live with COVID. Fine, so be it. But we also might have to learn to legislate properly in response to it. And that's the second point of contention raised by many members today, and that is that of timetabling. And it's a fair one. They're right to raise these issues, because there is no justifiable reason at all today to treat this latest iteration of emergency powers as emergency legislation. Why? Because we know that when we rush legislation, as we are doing this week, we don't have time to consult with stakeholders, we don't have time to properly scrutinise the measures. As Pam Duncan-Glancy eloquently, I think, put it to us today, because our lives have been governed by laws that we rushed through in a matter of hours instead of months. And none of it was subject to the same proper checks and balances that we normally afford legislation. And we did it because we had to. But our argument today is that we don't have to, because we know that mistakes can and will be made. John Mason rightly pointed out the case of Reverend Dr Philip versus Scottish ministers, an issue that was rightly upheld in the Court of Session. But back then, the COVID committee was our real only point of defence, because we trusted members of that committee. We trusted them to reach out and engage and listen with people to whom it mattered. But today, that committee has not even yet sat for a substantive meeting. And guess what? In 3 days' time, we all disappear for 2 months. That same committee consulted with the public back in February of this year. They said, we want to hear your views. We want to know what we can learn about using emergency legislation. That consultation was open for just 2 weeks, and it had 846 responses. Well, how many of those responses, I haven't read them all, said that the best way to legislate is the process that we are using this week? I suspect, Presiding Officer, very few, probably none, because it was clear then and it is clear now that there is real value in proper scrutiny. Proper scrutiny, not political commentary, real scrutiny and real feedback in the real world. Because the issues that we're talking about, courts, tribunals, alcohol licensing, bankruptcy, child hearings, evictions, they might not be headline-grabbing restrictions in the way that others are, but they matter to the people that they matter to. We've heard today from two organisations quoted on multiple occasions, Amnesty International and Inclusion Scotland, and they use two words, each of them, inadequate and unsatisfactory. Because if they're concerned, I think we should be concerned. But the problem is that manifests my point exactly. It's only those organisations that have been quoted because no one else has had time to properly be consulted or indeed react. Normally our inboxes are full, absolutely full to the brim, of briefings and feedback ahead of stage 1 debates. And those organisations who are lucky enough to have public policy teams were able to scramble together something over the weekend. But many of these simply do not. And that's my third and final point. I don't think there's any justification made today, and nothing I've heard today reiterates the point that these powers in their entirety should be extended in the way that they're being proposed. And I'm uncomfortable with that. My team right now are sitting in my office, probably will be there till the late hours, scrambling together amendments. Of those already submitted, 3 of them have been knocked back on the grounds on being inadmissible. What sort of process of stage 2 is that, as members? I think it's shocking and it's a shameful way to treat legislation. Not just our staff, but the parliamentary staff who are doing their damnness to help us. Cabinet Secretary, why are we doing it this way? I'm afraid there are so many concerns about this bill. There are so many concerns about not just the fact that you are wanting more time with these powers. It's actually what have these powers done. The ones that we introduced in emergency measures. And some of them absolutely we supported at the time, and some of them we absolutely still might support today. But we know that these are short-term measures, and what you cannot do against the backdrop of an imminent pandemic that we faced is simply make them normalised without question. And that is abundantly clear from the submission we had from the Law Society. We don't clear court backlogs by watering down people's human rights. We don't keep people in detention indefinitely. That's a point of principle that we've always stood proudly on. We don't release prisoners early simply because we cannot manage health emergencies. And we do not deliver justice by simply writing off hundreds of thousands of hours of community orders. We dealt with this pandemic as a parliament, I think, collaboratively. Collaboration between members, parties, government, the civil service, its advisers. This feels different and it feels wrong. If the government needs emergency powers, if or even when we next face an emergency, I say bring it forward. Bring a new bill forward to deal with the new emergency, and we will meet that challenge constructively. But this is no way to legislate, because the people out there who are affected by the decisions we make deserve nothing less than our earnest attempts to do exactly what I said in the last debate, that we will do what is needed, when it is needed, but only for as long as it is needed, and not a day longer. That is what we promised them back then, and if we pass this bill in 3 days, then we will have failed them in that promise, and shame on us.
Thank you. I now call on Cabinet Secretary John Swinney to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This has been a helpful debate this afternoon, and I'm grateful to members for the contributions that they have made. And I want to address a number of the points that have been raised, and there are a number of substantive issues that I will cover. First of all, I want to talk about the issues around timing and the timetable, because that has obviously been a substantial part of the debate that members have been raising. And the argument has roughly been focused on the fact that consultation could have taken place over the summer and the bill could have been considered in September. Aside from the fact that I would be very sceptical that Parliament could consider the bill in September and secure royal assent before the end of the month, the implications of the timetable that would be suggested of undertaking this task in September is that we would essentially be having a curtailed process of scrutiny in any circumstance. And that is a product of the presence of the election and the presence of the summer recess. Those two things. And we've essentially, the government has made a choice, I have made a choice, to bring the legislation to Parliament at this stage, because under whatever scenario we adopt, and I think the reliable scenario of guaranteeing that we can secure royal assent, providing Parliament agrees to the terms of the legislation, is to complete the process now, rather than to take the risk of delaying that to September. And then doing what John Mason highlighted, which is leave a note of uncertainty in the minds of a whole range of organisations as to whether or not they would be able to operate in the fashion that they are currently having to operate because of COVID in the exercise of their practical functions as organisations. And I don't agree with Mr Kerr that this is a power grab for ministers. What this is about enabling a range of organisations to undertake a series of practical functions which have been disrupted by the presence of COVID. So if we take the courts, for example, nobody can say anything to me other than the fact that the courts have been disrupted by COVID. It has led to delays, and we've put in place practical arrangements to try to make it possible for trials to happen, for arrangements to be put in place which sustain the criminal justice system because of the disruption of COVID. And that's not gone away. That is still there, and we are wrestling with its implications. I'll give way to Mr Green first.
Jamie Green.
Thank you, the Deputy First Minister, but that is my point, is we don't actually know if all of the emergency measures that were introduced have had a positive or negative effect on the people that interact with the court system or the judiciary or children's hearings or any of these other factors. The problem is we don't know because we haven't consulted, and that's why we need that extra time.
Cabinet Secretary.
But in some circumstances, well, Mr Green's point might be valid in relation to children's hearings, were it not for the fact that we are actually expiring some of the provisions that are in place. They will not be extended by virtue of the bill that I'm bringing forward. So my simple point that I'm making is that there are deeply practical and operational issues here about the running of public services which have been disrupted by COVID and which will not have recovered by the 30th of September because of backlogs. And what I don't, if I can I just finish this point, and I'll give way to Mr Kerr and then to Mr Cole-Hamilton. And we have to make it practical and possible for these services to be operated in the disrupted circumstances which will not have disappeared by the 30th of September. I'll give way to Mr Kerr.
Stephen Kerr.
Grateful to the Deputy First Minister for giving way. The point that he's making, though, about timing is important because, as Jamie Green pointed out, the emergency measures that were taken on, that were debated and passed on the 1st of April last year, the royal assent only took a matter of a few days. So why would it not be possible, should emergency powers be necessary, beyond the 30th of September, what is stopping us having an emergency bill and getting the royal assent in the same timescale? It seems illogical, the position.
Secretary. It's quite simply about, it's a relationship to the point I made in response to Mr Mason's arguments, that we are trying to give some operational certainty to organisations about the arrangements that will be in place potentially in September by the passing of this legislation just now. I'll give way to Mr Cole-Hamilton.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful to the Deputy First Minister for giving way. He talks about the operational parameters under which certain public services need to function as we continue to emerge from the pandemic. And this point comes to the heart of scrutiny, which has featured a lot in this debate. Schedule 6 of the 2020 Act amends the Local Government Act so that public can be excluded from any meeting of a local authority should their presence create a substantial risk of infection. I'm sure the Deputy First Minister would agree that that risk is abated. So does he not agree it's now time to repeal that section of the bill so we can have greater scrutiny in the corridors of local democracy?
Cabinet Secretary.
There may well be an argument for such a specific point of that nature, but what we cannot be certain about, the First Minister made a statement today which I accept was more optimistic than they've been for a while, but there are still caveats in that statement about what the circumstances might well be in August. So if we're trying to provide clarity for the delivery of public services, we have to essentially put in place a framework that everybody understands where they stand. These powers, of course, can be readily expired. because they can be expired by subordinate legislation without the recourse to primary legislation. And, of course, a number of these powers have of themselves expired already. So that's the argument for proceeding just now. And I do notice that I think that the Conservatives have made a lot in this debate about they've spoken in some fairly exaggerated language, frankly, in the debate today. Let me quote the Law Society of Scotland, who have stated that although short in terms of parliamentary time, the provisions are relatively straightforward. The principle of extension has been considered by the Parliament over the past year in the context of the motions to extend to the present day and regular reports by Scottish ministers. Now, I've given an assurance that that regular reporting will continue. The bill that is before Parliament provides for the... just a moment. The bill provides for the expiry of these provisions. Claire Adamson made that point, that without anybody lifting a finger, if this bill gets passed, the provisions will expire 6 months after the 30th of September. There is provision for it to be a further 6-month extension, but if that is not enacted, these powers disappear 6 months after the 30th of September. I'll give way to Mr Kerr.
Liam Kerr.
I'm very grateful. Since the Cabinet Secretary is looking for recourse to the law, the initial legislation was brought in as it was deemed necessary. Now, necessary has a very particular meaning according to the ECHR and the Supreme Court. So is it still necessary within that definition to bring this forward? And if not, what is the legal basis the Cabinet Secretary relies on?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, it is necessary for the arguments that I'm setting out, that we have a range of public services that have experienced disruption as a consequence of COVID. And some of them would not be able to exercise their functions consistent with existing statute if we had not amended statute in the fashion that we have already done, and which I am arguing with Parliament should be sustained. Because without that, some organisations and some public functions would not be able to be exercised, and I believe that would be detrimental to the exercise of the proper functions of public services. Now, so that's been the argument from the Conservative Party about why we shouldn't legislate in the fashion that we are legislating. And I'm grateful to the Labour Party, the Greens and the Liberal Democrats for their support for the principle of legislating in this context. But what's emerged from the contributions of a number of colleagues is a number of what I would consider to be absolutely legitimate and substantial issues which relate to how do we recover from the COVID emergency, whether it's on the issues of eviction that Mr Griffin raised, or the issues, similar issues on eviction that Pam Duncan-Glancy raised, or the points that Mr Harvey just raised on these questions. All of these are legitimate questions, and there are some very substantial issues in the points that Mr Harvey raised about the whole way in which we plan and execute our recovery from COVID. Some of that will be about legislative change and about strengthening rights. Some of that will be about policy intentions of government. And of course, Mr Harvey and his colleagues and I are engaged in conversations on some of these questions, as we are engaged with all parties in Parliament. So there is a big agenda to be taken forward there. I would contend that given the pressure that we have about these provisions, which I think need to be in place on the 1st of October 2021, whether we legislate for them now or whether we legislate for them in the first week in September, as the Conservatives seem to want us to do, even that opportunity would not provide us with the scope to address the issues, the substantive issues that have been raised about legislating for and acting to take forward the COVID recovery. And I'm committed to an engagement in that discussion with other parties to make sure that we plan and carry out our recovery from COVID in a way that makes a meaningful impact on the lives of individuals in Scotland and tackles the fundamental inequality that, Mr Harvey is correct, existed before COVID but has been emphasised and highlighted by the effect of COVID. So the government is committed to that, and that is what we are taking the proper time to consult about in relation to the Permanence Bill over the summer. and about the other and wider questions that we are looking at in relation to the way in which the government plans the response that we take forward. Now, obviously, in the course of the passage of the bill, there will be an opportunity for members of Parliament to submit the points and the propositions that they want to advance in the bill, and the decisions about selecting amendments will be decisions for the presiding officer to take, and obviously the government will respond to all issues timorously within the structure of the debate. But I think fundamentally, as we look at these issues, as we wrestle with the question of whether it is appropriate for us to legislate in this context, we need to draw on the contribution that Siobhan Brown made to the debate in recounting the story of her own constituent in Ayr, who lost his life, and the impact on his family. COVID has not left us. And although we had a more optimistic statement today from the First Minister, there are still significant implications of COVID in our society that are disrupting the way in which we are able to operate our public services. And what the government is trying to do in this bill is take an orderly approach to dispensing with the provisions that Parliament has legislated for that we do not believe are necessary. And obviously members of Parliament are free to challenge us as to whether they believe that judgment is correct, because we may be arguing for certain provisions to be removed and members of Parliament might think that we've got that wrong. And equally, to determine whether or not the proposals in the bill that we believe should be extended have a legitimate justification. And I would contend that those provisions are necessary to address the continuing impact of COVID on the way in which we are able to exercise our public to exercise the public functions for which statute has been agreed, but to do that in a way that can be sustainable through the continuing scenario that we face. Now, one of the points in the debate which I think has been unhelpful has been the conflation of some of the issues which I understand I totally understand they cause concern around about the limitation of personal freedoms. These issues are not the subject of this bill. These are products of other legislative instruments that constrain the personal liberties and freedoms of individuals. And as the First Minister said in the statement this afternoon, many of these provisions we hope to be able to relax either by the 19th of July or by the 9th of August as a whole. But as Claire Adamson made the point, even after the 9th of August, there will still be an emphasis on the need for caution to be exercised because of the fact that the pandemic still presents a threat to all of us. So what this bill is an attempt to do, and I think this is reflected in some of the contributions that have been made by John Mason and by Jackie Bailey and by Stuart McMillan, is to take a proportionate assessment of the situation that we face and take the necessary powers and responsibilities to enable us to continue to properly exercise the public functions that are at stake in this bill. And then, of course, Presiding Officer, and in that respect, if we do this task, it leaves us free to consult on the substantive issues about COVID recovery, which are the subject of extensive engagement that I am taking forward and which I look forward to working with colleagues to take forward. And we will consider all the issues in relation to the bill in the course of this week with the support of Parliament this evening.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill at Stage 1. The next item of business is consideration of motion 443 on a financial resolution for the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill, and I call on Kate Forbes to move the motion.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 465 in the name of George Adam, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a revised business programme for this week. And I call on George Adam on behalf of the Scottish Government to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and formally moved.
Thank you. No member has asked to speak on the motion. The question is that motion 465 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. There are 2 questions to be put as a result of today's business. We're going to have a short technical break, but could I please ask members to refresh their screens? The first question is that motion 446, in the name of John Swinney, on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill at Stage 1, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote. Okay. We will suspend briefly. The question is that motion 446, in the name of John Swinney, on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill at Stage 1 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. Please bear with us, colleagues. We believe there's a technical issue with sound on Blue Jeans. I'm pleased to report that colleagues on Blue Jeans can hear now, but due to that technical issue, we are going to rerun the vote. So the question is that motion 446, in the name of John Swinney, on the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill at Stage 1 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. If any member believes they have had an issue and would like to raise a point of order, please let us know. I call Michelle Thompson for a point of order.
And would have voted yes.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 446 in the name of John Swinney is yes 92, no 27. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. And the final question is that motion 443 in the name of Kate Forbes on a financial resolution for the Coronavirus Extension and Expiry Scotland Bill be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed, and that concludes decisions time. We'll now move on to members' business after a brief pause, and I would ask members who are leaving the chamber to do so quietly.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
that need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.